few things that I want to talk about just from that moment. First of all, when I first met Erica, his lovely wife, and such an incredibly brave soul. I'm not sure if you saw her remarks after Charlie died. If you haven't, I would encourage you to go and see them, because you see this raw grief and incredible courage all in the same moment. And that's what we need right now. We need to grieve, but we also need this courage in this moment more than we've ever needed it. She gave me a hug, and she was heartbroken, as of course she would be, and she said that she loved him so much. And I said, Erica, he loved you so much. He died way too young, but he died a happy man because of you, because of the family that you gave him, because of the home and the life that you guys had built together. And we sat for about an hour and we talked about Charlie. And, you know, in these moments, you don't know what to say. I'm a person who literally speaks for a living, and I had no idea what to say. And I didn't try to console her, because how can you console a person who just lost a loving husband and father? But we just talked about Charlie. We talked about who he was. We talked about some of our favorite stories. We talked about some of his idiosyncrasies and all the things that made Charlie Kirk who he was. And she said something to me that I will never forget. My wife was there. It was just me and my wife on my side, and then a lot of people from the Turning Point's family, a lot of people from Charlie's family. And she said to me that Charlie never raised his voice, that he never cussed at her, that he was never cross or mean-spirited to her. And look, I'm a husband. I'm proud of being a husband. I think that on the great balance of things that I'm a pretty good husband, but I can never say that I was never unpleasant with my wife. I can never say that I've never raised my voice to my wife. Like most husbands, even the good ones, we're sometimes imperfect. And I took from that moment that I needed to be a better husband, and I needed to be a better father. Because of all these moments that I shared just in the last few days, the books that I've read to my kids, going up to their bedroom and kissing them and hugging them before bed, I just realized that all of these moments that I get to have, Charlie is not able to have them anymore. And Charlie's kids and his beautiful wife are not able to have them anymore. And maybe the best way that I can contribute and the best way that I can honor my dear friend is to be the best husband that I can be, to be the kind of husband to my wife that he was to his. You know, we talked all the time about the most important thing you could do is not vote for a particular candidate. It was to become, if you were a young man, a husband and a father. He talked about the joy that came from fatherhood, the joy that came from raising a family and being part of their growth and their development and all the incredible things that happen when you get to be a husband and father. And that is the way that I'm going to honor my friend, is to be the very best at that most important job that I can be. But that's not the only way that I'm going to honor Charlie. And there's going to be a lot of discussion over the next 2 hours of this radio program about what exactly that looks like. It's important, and Erica asked me this, to make sure that his movement, the movement that Charlie started, it has to keep going. We have to build upon it. We have to add to it. We have to make sure that the next generation of young people feels confident and courageous to speak their mind and to speak the truth. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why do we do this. Of course, we do this so that we can enact good public policy and take back our country. We're going to talk with senior officials in the administration about what we're trying to do to honor Charlie's legacy in that way. Of course, we have to make sure that the killer is brought to justice. And importantly, we have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years, and I believe is part of the reason why Charlie was killed by an assassin's bullet. We're going to talk about how to dismantle that and how to bring real unity that can only come when we tell the truth and everybody knows that they can speak their mind about the issues of the day without being cut down by a murderer's gun. We're going to talk about all of those things with friends of Charlie, with people in the administration, with people that he knew. You know, on a podcast a couple of months back, Charlie was asked about how he'd want to be remembered if he died. His answer, I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith, and that was Charlie. And in this dark moment for our country, I think that's the greatest lesson any of us can take from Charlie. To have faith in the Lord and to be bold in how we glorify him. to be bold in our pursuits as Charlie was in his. So that's what we're going to spend a little bit of time doing this afternoon. Keeping this incredible show he created going and hearing from some of the people who were so fortunate to call Charlie a friend. We're going to pay tribute to his courageous legacy, and we're going to commit to keep it forever alive. I'm looking forward to this. Join us.
All right, so that was a quick excerpt from the Charlie Kirk show that the Vice President of the United States hosted today. It's simply amazing that J.D. Vance stepped into the chair, the empty chair voided by an assassin's bullet, and is hosting, I think for another half hour or so, Charlie's show. And I didn't want to interfere with it. That's why I backed mine up a little bit from 1 o'clock. Hope you guys are doing well. We had a great weekend. Our team didn't have a great weekend. Robin and I went down to the football game. And it was funny because something happened on the way to a football game. Because all across the NFL, only 5 teams did not honor Charlie Kirk. 5 teams. If I can remember them, they were Indianapolis, shameful, Baltimore, expected, Detroit, the Minnesota Vikings, and Cincinnati. Obviously, Minnesota, under Tim Walz, probably they wasn't going to go over well. I don't know what happened in Cincinnati, why that didn't happen. But that's it. Out of the 32 teams in the NFL, only 5 did not honor Charlie Kirk. You know, at some point, the nation has to realize we are going to emerge from this. You know, as of right now, this is going on in Utah at the site where Charlie was shot. People are coming by one, slowly, and they're, giving their respects to Charlie Kirk. Let me turn that down for a second. And what you're seeing over and over and over are people in tears. People who still haven't grasped the thought of what has happened. People who just need to be able to talk to other people who feel the same way. People who are looking at what other people left behind and getting some inspiration, maybe some comfort from what they're reading. Look at that. It's just so much love being outpoured for Charlie Kirk. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And that's just a small microcosm of what we've been seeing across the country. You know, when J.D. Vance just said about, Charlie's wife said he never yelled, he never swore at her, never did. And I'm like, you realize we're talking about a 31-year-old man. 31 years old. And he the stuff I've been finding out about him as we've moved forward through this is, wow. 31 years old. I'm twice his age, and I have to confess, I've done the things he said she's never done. I've yelled at Robin. She yelled at me too. I've sworn at Robin. We're still together 32 years, but I cannot honestly say I've been a dream husband. And so for a woman to say that to somebody else, say, listen, he's done nothing wrong. Basically, the perfect guy, 31 years old, and he got taken away. But despite all the tears and mourning that a lot of people are going through, obviously, there comes a time where we have to begin to turn the corner. And I don't mean turn the corner in respect to letting anything go. I'm saying turn the corner to the next stage. I'm not letting this go. I don't think you're letting this go. And we're done with this. Now we're turning to the next stage of this, beyond the grief and mourning. You know, I titled this show, and some people had even texted me and said, Barry, why would you say something like that? Because you know the answer. And the answer to this is, the vengeance is the Lord's. It is not yours. True. Vengeance, we're supposed to leave as Christians, leave that to the Lord. Let Him take care of things. That's the ultimate vengeance. You see, vengeance here, politically, must be done by us. Not revenge in terms of punishing or sentencing or giving the ultimate demise of somebody else. We're not supposed to do that. But politically, intellectually, we must seek vengeance. You know, J.D. Vance is the Vice President of the United States. J.D. Vance has to say certain words because he is the Vice President of the United States. President Trump has to say certain words because he's the President of the United States. Unfortunately for them, we don't have to say that. You know, a lot of people today are talking about unifying and coming together. That's not going to happen. It is precluded from happening. There's no way it can happen. God can work miracles, but in terms of a full unification, some of these people, as I've been telling you for months, are lost forever. They're never coming back. And I want to show you something. I think Patrick Bet David had put this picture up. And it's such a good explanation of where we are right now and why we are where we are right now. And I want to share this with you. I hope it's big enough where you guys can see the entirety of it. Very simple stick figure drawing. It shows this country from 2008 to 2025. Back in 2008, there was a left, and there was a little left of center, and then there were conservatives on the right. Then in 2012, the left of center people started moving closer to the center. We stayed where we are, and what we thought was the left decided to take a quick sprint further to the left. Then by 2021, the center bar has moved, and people who were left of center are now right of center. We're still where we are, and way over to the left, we have what's called the woke progressives. Here we are in 2025. We're still here. The people who were supposedly in the middle are even further right of center. And now the people on the left are laying down on roofs doing bad things. When you looked at that chart and you started seeing things happen in 2008, you have to remember what happened in 2008. I put it up on my X profile, and it's funny, some people actually got it. And this was the picture. I put the same picture up. I said, wonder what happened in 2008? Anybody have any ideas? And first person, Obama happened. You see, when he said he was going to radically change America, he meant it. The problem was not a lot of people understood what that meant. To radically change America. And the hope and change image that he had, which was so Castro-esque, we should have known right there what his hope and change and radical transformation was going to be. It was to effectively destroy America. Not radically change it, not radically transform it, destroy it. So now in 2025, we have President Trump and J.D. Vance, and now everybody's all of a sudden, out of nowhere, looking for unity. Now let's be honest. You're not stupid. I'm not stupid. Stop trying to blow smoke up my behind. You people hate us. We know you hate us. We know that you know we know that you hate us. And there's no way you, with your ideology, changed last Thursday, the day after. Nope, you're still bat poop crazy. But you didn't count on a whole lot of people who were in the center of that graph now realizing, yeah, these people are nuts, and moving over. What you didn't count on was normies, independents, Democrats who weren't lefties, and young people. You didn't count on that. And now what you're going to get is those people have moved drastically to the right of center. They're not MAGA, they're not conservatives, but they're definitely not lefty loons. And so now you find yourself in quite the quandary. you don't know what to do. You are completely screwed as a political party. You have bred and spawned a legion of absolute nuts. You tried to force every single one of us to accept the lunacy. You didn't just want us to accept it, you wanted and demanded that we embrace it. And you did everything possible to make sure you erased that line between normality and insanity. And tried to make it one big pool. And all you did is turn it into a septic tank. Now people are looking at you and going, now I remember. I didn't used to live this way. When I went down to the football game this past weekend, and as it does sometimes, but you never know if it's friend or foe, guy walks up to me, he recognized me from the videos. And you know, I have to take a step back sometimes and like, friend or foe here. And the guy just, you know, shook my hand and put his hand on my shoulder and go, I know you. And I took something from that. Because you watch me for 2 hours at a time here, and I talk and I exchange stories with you to try to get you to know me. To give you a little bit of insight beyond the camera and the microphone and the lights. To go, you know what, I could relate to this guy. Because I personally feel that is the only way for us to heal as a nation. And I was talking about healing way before last Wednesday. That healing was being able to look at somebody and look at them in a football jersey, or I had my Dolphins shirt on yesterday, and realize we do have some commonality, don't we? Wow. You think the Dolphins suck too, don't you, Barry? Yep, I do. And it becomes a conversation piece where people forget the craziness and they forget you have a different ideology than they do, but they can converse with you. They can talk to you. And at the same token, you know these people over here want nothing to do with you. They don't want you to talk. They prefer to see you gone. If the planet, as far as they were concerned, had no conservatives, forget MAGA. They really don't want nothing to do with you. But if it had no conservatives, they'd be even happier. They could live in blissful misery. They're not happy people. Scroll through these videos you see on X. And as much as they're talking crap about Charlie and everything else, just look at them. There is no joy. There is no comfort. There is no peace. They have been bred to be these people. They have been bred to sit on the proverbial roof. They have not been bred to interact with us and come together. They want nothing about you. The people who are moving closer to the right are the people who weren't quite affected, who said they were Democrats, who, I wasn't really MAGA, who are now realizing, wow, I was wrong. Churches were filled. Lots of churches were filled. But some churches were filled with people who didn't even want to discuss it. I beg of you, if you went to church this weekend and you talked to a pastor and that pastor did not discuss what happened, might be time for you to look for a new church. Might be time for you to look for a new congregation and adult group and youth group. If somebody ignored what this turning point was this past week, you got to question. You got to begin looking side-eye and going, something isn't right here. You got to start developing your spidey senses at this point, because you're going to have to realize there is a difference between good and evil. And the good you sought in your church may have soured over the weekend, where you're now realizing there's a hole here. There's a hole here. And if there's a hole there, a God-shaped hole has been exposed. A God-shaped hole has been exposed in person after person after person, in institution after institution after institution. They are now freaking out in the media. absolutely losing it in the media. And I'm going to show that to you. I'm going to prove it to you. One of the things I've got Congressman Randy Fine coming up, and I'm timing this so I can get him on, do an interview with him, and then talk to him about what's going to be happening in Congress. But then I'm going to get into the show and a little housekeeping. President Trump at 4 p.m. is signing a proclamation. We're going to carry that live as well. So we got a whole lot to cover today. I hope you guys found peace over the weekend. I hope you had a momentary lapse where you can just say, okay, we got through this. We got through the initial phase. Now it's time to put on the eye black. I mean, if you guys, another athletic term, but you ever see the guys playing football or baseball and you see the eye black, roll up the sleeves. It's time to get to work. We've had the tears. We've had the mourning. And my objective for the next however long is going to be get to work. Let's recognize we've got them on the ropes, the proverbial ropes. And now it's time to put the foot against the neck and stomp these miscreants out forever, politically speaking. I'm not advocating and never will I advocate for violence. There's a difference between self-protection, self-defense, and violence. Self-protection is you want to make sure your way of life is kept intact. Self-protection is self-defense is if somebody threatens that way of life, what you must do. And then we've got these idiots here where we just basically need to make sure they go away, politically speaking. That being said, I'll be right back.
It's genius. It's pure genius. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it.
Why do so many financial experts call silver the most undervalued asset today? Because silver is essential to the future, from solar tech and electric vehicles to the explosive growth of artificial intelligence. Demand is rising fast, and yet silver is still trading at a bargain. With billions pouring into AI, silver prices have only one place to go, and that's up. In fact, silver may be the most overlooked asset class in financial planning. The opportunity for silver is well documented. The market for silver could double or even triple by 2026. You see, I believe in hard assets like this bar of silver. You can hold it in your hand, you can put it in your IRA, you can put it in your home safe, and relative to gold, it's very affordable. That's why I urge you to call my friends at Lear Capital and get their free report, The AI Revolution, and see why silver prices could be set to soar. Call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. But don't wait. We all know. We've seen it. The government can print lots and lots of dollars, but they can't print silver. I want to give you a little backup on what I said earlier about we're never going to come together. I want you to see this. SV sent me this. It's pretty crazy. And this is down here in Pensacola, Florida. A mural honoring Charlie Kirk in Pensacola was painted after his assassination, was desecrated with graffiti. Messages like a good Nazi, a dead Nazi, and Free Palestine were sprayed over the artwork, erasing the tribute. What had been created as a memorial site for mourners has now been turned into a wall of slurs and political slogans. The defacement sparked outrage outlined, with many calling it vile and disrespectful, and that's not the word that needs to be used. When I show you this mural, I'm going to show you the before and after. You're not going to say vile and disrespectful. You're going to say good and evil. You're going to say demonic. This is what the mural looked like. It was Rest in Peace, Charlie Kirk, and it has his birthday. This is what the mural looks like right now. Just by glancing at that, you can look at that and see that's not of this world. The people who took the time, they were so, you can look at it, it's frenzied. They were in so much of a frenzy, they overwrote each other. You can't even, that looks like what was in that kid's manifesto. It looks like what the other dude did from the other one when he wrote all that crazy stuff. I think the only thing we can give these people is prayer, because they're not going to listen to anything else. The 2008 ushering in by Obama has made sure that these people stay freaks. And I, for one, don't have the time nor the inclination to deal with what they're doing. There comes a time where you have to shed the mourning and realize we're in a conflict, because we're not supposed to say what we're really in because it offends somebody. And that's their new narrative. They're trying to stop us from saying what we are actually in. And so we have to be conscious of that. And Representative Fine will be on in a second, but let me show you something before that. This is what General Michael Flynn wrote today. The globalists took care of Charlie Kirk, and they have names. See below. Charlie Kirk's demise was the result of years of globalist dehumanization of conservatives, especially conservative Christians. Globalists hate God. These globalist annihilists are responsible for a campaign of dehumanization. For many years now, they demonized all of us with labels like racist, fascist, Nazi, far right, or anti-this and anti-that, all for no reason other than to cause enough people to hate with such passion they are and were willing to resort to the most heinous of actions, such as taking out Charlie Kirk and other demonic acts of power. They censored us. They deplatformed us. They labeled us. They imprisoned many. They did anything they could do to shut down our voices, all to achieve their evil one world order, a mission they are desperate to accomplish, which they are now trying to pretend they didn't do. Now that the tables are being turned and people are so on point, going, this is not how it's going to be moving forward. You say this kind of crazy stuff, you can have your free speech. Just go have it over there in the corner. You don't work for me anymore. And they can't take that. Charlie's brutal demise is a stark warning to many other public personas to shut up or you're next. Trump's two known attempts were a warning to him. Don't kid yourself, he's absolutely right there. Despite humanity discovering how horrible they are, these same globalists will refuse to back down. This must come to an end, but it won't. That is a very telling statement. They refuse to back down. Instead of saying, you know what, you're right, we can't be like this. That's not going to happen. Don't think it's going to happen. Don't even try to hope that that's going to happen, because they're not of us. Why? They see humanity as something to control. And if things in America don't radically change, if Donald Trump administration doesn't go forward with this conflict and gut the deep state, the globalists will achieve the reprehensible mission. You see, I don't want people to lose sight of the fact, because they're in mourning, because they're in tears and they're hurting. That's when you got to dig deep. You can't go off into a corner and just lose it. This is where you have to turn that mourning into anger, into thoughtful, intellectual response. Because they're counting on you folding. They're counting on you withering. They're counting on you not paying attention. Now you got to pay attention more than ever. See, this is where it gets very hard for some people, because they don't realize they're still doing it. They're already planning the next thing. They're already probably recruiting the next people. Meanwhile, so many people are looking this way, still hurting because of what happened, that they're not paying attention to what could happen. And that's a vulnerability that we have to make sure we fix. Each and every one of us. As you begin to go about your life, stop worrying about the menial BS that people are talking. I saw somebody, did I post it? Yeah, I think I did post it. Hold on, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about in terms of stop. Don't let these people take your focus off of things. Because this is really important, and it was so indicative of it. I couldn't believe I saw this. Let me see real quick. Let me bring this up to you, because I was like, you got to be kidding me. Yeah, here it is. Hold on. Somebody wrote, he wasn't shot. The video's on my page. All theatrics. His chest explodes first, then the blood tube down his arm. I'll tag you guys. 33 and 36 numbers everywhere. Classic. Don't even click. Those are things to move over here. Hey, I saw the guys doing hit. Don't worry about that. Don't chase these ghosts. That's specifically what they're designed for. To get you off of what the focus should be. And I see, with what we're reading here about Michael Flynn said, where did I go with that? That's why it's really important. Yes, President Trump, America is a nation at you know what, and we must start acting like it. Stop looking at that BS. That is not going to help anybody. You're not in the FBI. You're not a cop. You're not a marshal. You're nobody in the CIA. You are us. We need you fighting the battle. Let these guys take care of that. You don't think with everything that they have that they're going to be able to do it better than you? And if you're one of those people like, well, yeah, but, it's the deep state controlling the FBI. Well, you can't control that either, except for doing what we need to do. This isn't about a few bad apples in a part of the federal government that can easily be rooted out. This is a pervasive, insidious, dark undercurrent of tens of thousands of bad actors throughout all our institutions in power. They exist at the local, state, federal, corporate, and military levels, and I would also say the media, and they are organized, well-funded, and well-resourced in many other ways. We need to rip the Band-Aid off now. How do they operate? Okay. They still have their media networks. CNN, MSNBC, CBS, they're all still there. They've had to take a step back and regroup, but they're going to come back harder. They own most politicians, true. They control our education system from elementary to institutions of higher learning. They own other influencers worldwide, such as those in Hollywood, all who are being paid in some form or fashion to promote the globalist agenda and to help achieve their globalist goal. You can't even say that. Don't believe me? Just listen to what many of these people have said in the past. Who are they? Their names have become all too familiar. You know the names. And many others are part of a liberal globalist elite that over decades demonized their political opponents and accepted an unholy alliance with godless societies and other like-minded isms. They've been smart. They've been smart to muddy the battlefield's lines of distinction, like an insurgency where the enemy walks among us. They have been smart. The people controlling things are using these useful idiots. The people controlling things are smart. The people who are controlling things have already regrouped and know where they're going to go. They've looked at the situation, they've seen the fallout, and now they are regrouping as we speak and coming out with their next plan. It's just going to be seamless. I'm going to show you what that plan is in a second. And they rolled it out with precision in under 36, 72 hours. Bam, ready to go. This is what we're doing now. Ready? Roll. Meanwhile, everybody over here is crying and full of heart and compassion. And they're already on to the next plan. We're already behind. See, that might slap some people in the face. What do you mean? Are we supposed? Yeah, some major soldier fell, but you got to be ready to keep going. Yes, they took somebody out. It happens when you have conflict. Ask anybody in battle. Yeah, but we got to keep going. And in order for us to keep going, it's going to require each one of you to put your arms out and go, let's go. Step up. Stop. Sniffle. Do what you need to do. Focus this way, not that way. Because I'm going to show you, they're already doing it. They have moved on. They have sat in the boardrooms and everywhere else at this point and said, this is what we're going to do. How we do it. Okay, you take that. Yeah, you got that point. And you got that point. Let's go. Let's rock. And meanwhile, our side is mired in mourning. And I can pretty much tell you that's not what Charlie would have wanted. He understands the battle in front of us. When Representative Fine comes on, he's one who's out there on the front lines. He came out swinging right off the bat. Ashley says he's going to be a little bit late. Yeah, he'll be a little bit late. Let's continue with what Michael said. Charlie's brutal and very visible public execution is now clearing those battle lines up. And trust, Tyler Robinson was a patsy in a network of insurgents. So what? This is being waged, yet we are not fighting as though we're at it. But make no mistake, our nation and our freedoms are under attack. The globalists hate us, they despise us, they want many of us dead. But trust when I say they fear us. See, this is the part where I came and I went, yeah, vengeance is. Vengeance is, right now your enemy fears you. They're going to try and make you continue to mourn. They're going to try to keep your focus on Charlie and your focus on the young woman who is wasted on a train. And they're going to try to keep your focus on there. There's going to be other events that happen. Keep them in a circle of panic. And they want to keep you there because they fear you. Have you been in a situation where anybody has feared you before? To some people, that's a weird situation to be in. They're like, me? Why would somebody fear me? See, it's a boot you've never put on. Having been a bouncer and a bodyguard and work with some people, and I've had to impose my will upon them, I can see fear. Obviously, athletics, you can smell it, you can see it. And so unless you've seen people afraid of you, this is a whole different aspect. You have to be told people now fear you. But I'm a 68-year-old grandma. How are they fearing me? Because you got one of these. You got one of these, and you got two of these. Those are bigger than any steroid muscles ever. You now have the ability to reach just about anybody in the world through this or this, these two things. And they couldn't shut you up. They tried. They tried very hard to shut us up, but they couldn't shut you up. And now you have to use the anabolic nature of your voice and your phone and your keyboard. You have to think at this point that you've been injected with all kinds of stuff. You right now have superhuman power collectively. So yes, what Michael Flynn says is in big letters, they fear us. You see, the only way they could win, is if you feared them. If they made you feel like these kids in Black Bloc were so scary. If they made you see someone's head almost get exploded in July, ooh, that's scary. If they made you see a young man almost had his head exploded, but his jugular exploded, ooh, that's scary. But at this point, on September 15th, you've seen it all. I mean, I've told you guys many, many times that I have this switch. And that switch is if I'm ever in a bad situation, is it as bad as that? And I go, no, it doesn't reach that level. Well, if it's not as bad as that, let's roll. I don't have time to even get upset. Sometimes I've had conflicts with my wife. She's like, what, you're not even upset at this? No. You can ask her. She's like, doesn't this bother you? No. It's not as bad as this. And so I'm onward. And so maybe you just experienced your badass, not badass. You just, if that was your badass, consider yourself lucky. If seeing Charlie Kirk taken out was your badass, then you haven't experienced much bad stuff yet. But I'm betting most of you, because you didn't know Charlie Kirk, I bet you most of you went, nah, I know something worse than that. And I want you to dig into that feeling and go, okay, I'm better. That sucked too. Every single one of us has hit those speed bumps in life. Whew, I can't believe that happened. See, the difference though is now you're part of a team. Now you're part of an army. Now you're part of a group of people who are feared. And you probably didn't even know it, that you just enlisted. You enlisted by coming here. You enlisted by watching Charlie Kirk's show. You enlisted by watching anybody's show. You didn't know it. And because you're not wearing a uniform, you probably didn't realize it, as Charlie didn't, that some people would find you to be a necessary target. I can't tell you how many times I've never been physically assaulted. I get threats in email, but this website, this thing, this channel, constantly. They're constantly trying to hack it. I mean, literally every 2 or 3 days, YouTube send me a notice, hey, we stopped another one. Like, they're not stopping. I mean, one day I expect to turn on and nothing worked. Many people's like, Barry, why are you also doing stuff on Rumble and X? Because you got to have a backup plan. I'm almost thinking to do another YouTube channel just in case. Because I want to be prepared, because I know they fear us. They fear you. Let's continue what Michael was saying. They fear us because we still profess a love of God. We still outwardly demonstrate that our Christian principles and values remain first in the lives of the majority of Americans. We don't require any new laws, especially not them ones that they want to do. We don't want to do any communism or Marxism or crap. We ain't going to do that. And we're not going to act on the whim of a dictator or a communist premier. We meaning us, the collective group of patriots, grandmas, grandfathers, sons, daughters, us, we the people are done being demonized. Like many, I want the Trump administration to see the reality and get to work. Gut the deep state and stop pretending like this is politics as usual, because it isn't. Freedom and hope are everything and worth fighting for. God bless America. You see, when I look at this, when I see these people who probably didn't know Charlie Kirk come to this makeshift memorial and just stand there and give their respects, I hope each and every one of them, when they turn to leave, when they turn to say, you know what, that's a shame. Right? When they turn around going, let's go. That's what I want them to feel. Turn around and go, let's effing go. They fear us. We're going to come back at them even harder. I see Representative Fine is here. Let me go ahead. I'm not going to take a break, but I'm going to play a video. He was on, I don't know, I think this may have been Vince's show this morning. And I'll use this as the lead-in. Check out Representative Fine right now.
We are dealing with a civilizational struggle against an enemy that believes that they are so right that they can advance their cause by any means necessary. They believe in violence. It is core to their views, and we have tolerated it in our country for far too long. And now we need to bring the full force of the government down to crush it. I'm going to be filing a bill that's going to require protesters to disclose who is funding them. You have the right to peaceably assemble in this country, but we have the right to know who's behind it. Just like the right you have to run for office, but people have the right to know who your contributors are. I did 81 events in my district during the August recess. I had protesters at about 12, and it was clear that they were all paid, every single one of them. Well, who is financing this and why, and what is their objective? Because we are seeing people be radicalized and America be ripped apart by, I believe, radical left actors and our foreign enemies. And I think you end up with what we saw with Charlie Kirk.
He's so correct. Before I bring him on, I wanted to show you his X profile so you guys can follow him. It's Congressman Randy Fine. Is Rep Fine is how you get a hold of him. Congressman Fine, can you hear me?
I can hear you great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. I mean, I just trying to tell people, and you just punctuated it right there. They need to be ready. The other side is not going to stop, and we can't take a deep breath and step back ourselves. I love what you said. So tell me more about what you're about to do.
Well, I'm doing a number of things, but one of them is you talked about my bill that's going to require us to unmask protesters. In the same way I have to share who funds my campaign to Congress so people know who's behind me. Well, these paid protesters that I think are being funded by foreign actors and the radical left, we need to know who they are. But the other thing I'm doing is if you are from the state of Florida and you're online celebrating Charlie's death and you work for the government or you work for an entity funded by the government or you have a license given by the government, you have to lose that. We need to get these people out of civilized society, and I'm just getting started. They wanted to fight, they're going to get it.
I love the attitude, and that's what I'm trying to impart upon everybody, and I hope other congressmen outside of Florida do exactly the same thing. So let's talk about something real quick. With everything you're doing, I see Marco Rubio's out there getting ready to revoke all kinds of visas. What's the law underneath that will allow the state of Florida and the federal government to penalize these people who are making these kind of statements?
Well, they're not just making statements; they're calling and they're celebrating violence. Mm-hmm. I mean, if they want to say like, if people can say what they want, you have a right to free speech. You don't have a right to consequences from that speech. And when these people are celebrating violence and calling for more violence, a license to practice law or a license to be a teacher is a privilege. It is not a right. A job is a privilege. It is not a right. A grant from the government to fund your university is a privilege, not a right. And people are going to misbehave. They deserve to lose those privileges.
I completely agree. Do you think the left underestimated things this time? Did they not? I don't know if if you heard from any of your Democratic colleagues, did they misfire on this one?
No, I don't know. I mean, I can only conclude that a meaningful percentage of the left wants a civil war. I mean, because as horrible as Charlie's death was, mm-hmm. and it was unbelievably horrible, the lionization of the violence on the left by thousands of people, it's almost incalculable. We can all wrap our heads around a crazy person. It's difficult to wrap your head around hundreds of thousands or millions of crazy people. And what the left needs to understand is they have brought us to a dangerous place. If we cannot settle our differences with words, then we're going to end up settling them with guns. This happened twice in American history. The American Revolution was a civil war between British subjects. They could no longer settle their differences peaceably. They settled them with guns. The American Civil War was where people could not settle their differences peaceably. They settled them with guns. I fear we are on the precipice of something similar today. And when people are celebrating the violence, it worries me. I despise Ilhan Omar, but I don't want someone to shoot her.
No.
I don't want her to get hurt. I want her to get beat in an election or go back to Somalia where she's from. But I don't want her to be hurt. And I think that's the difference between our side and theirs.
I don't think they understand. They've pushed the American populace to a point where we're not going to take it anymore, to use the Twisted Sister line. And you guys are back in session now. A bunch of them are going to be, everybody's coming back today or should be back. What is their reaction going to be? I mean, as you bring this up into Congress or other people bring things up, how are they going to resist against this?
I don't know, but I will say we are sitting on a powder keg of emotion where the left needs to understand where the rest of us are. Yeah. We aren't going to put up with it anymore. And it, in Florida, we have a stand your ground law. I think, we're going to see that put into practice here. The next time someone gets into my face, it's not going to end well for them. I am done with it. And I think most of my colleagues are as well. And the problem is we're in a civilizational struggle between those who believe in right and wrong and good and evil and those who don't.
Right.
And by the way, they believe that they are so justified, they are so righteous that they can advance their cause by any means necessary. That's why they're celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, because he was their enemy and he is now gone. So it is okay because they have advanced their cause. And this is a problem. We are now dealing with decades of woke liberal indoctrination that have poisoned people's minds, and we're going to have to put an end to it.
You're talking about your colleagues. There are probably, from what I've seen, a few people who are trying to pacify the people on the right by saying, don't think this way. Don't try to get people fired. How are you going to deal with our own friendly people? Forget the other side. There seems to be a certain faction amongst Republicans who are trying to just basically push it under the rug.
Well, I haven't heard any of that rhetoric from my colleagues, but what I would say is this: we don't make the rules. They do, but we will play by them. And so they need to govern themselves accordingly.
I'm not going to name any names because I want to get you in trouble, but they are.
Yeah, I'd be curious. I haven't heard it.
I got the videos. I wanted to show everybody this. You had put this up earlier. The celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk must be thrown out of civil society. If you are aware of anyone in the 6th District of Florida, or heck, anywhere in the state who works at any level of government, works for an entity that gets money from government, or holds a professional license, as you said, is a privilege, that is publicly celebrating the violence, please contact my office. I will demand their firing, defunding, and license revocation. If you don't think I'm serious, I got 2 state university board chairmen fired for less. These monsters want to fight. Congratulations, they got one. The only problem I have with that entire statement that you just made is every single Republican congressman should be putting that out to their people as well, not just you. Again, I want to go back to, because out of all those people, they're the ones where I think it might be problematic to push back on, and maybe the worst and a good cause for what we're seeing is the teachers. How do we go after that bastion of left indoctrination who has been able to do pretty much anything they want and say anything to kids from kindergarten all the way through college?
Well, there's a solution to that. I look at Florida. Okay, we don't really have these problems in Florida. These are problems elsewhere. And the reason is we govern the state conservatively. So the good news for America is they can look to Florida and 30 years of consistent conservative governance across multiple governors, hundreds of legislators to make it happen. And so part of the way we avoid this with our schools is we have universal school choice. And there is a bill by one of my colleagues, Burgess Owens, I have co-sponsored it, which basically mandates school choice in every school district in the country. We have to give parents the ability to get their kids the hell out of these places. And by the way, when you give parents the choice, the schools start to behave. See, they act like this because they know there's nothing you can do about it. In fact, I took my kid out of public school when he was in first grade because I was told there was nothing I could do about it. Now, I was wealthy, so I could pay for him to go to private school. And I made a decision that it wasn't just going to be rich people that were going to have that. Everyone would. And when I promised and I delivered that when I was in the legislature, we would have universal school choice. We need to give parents a way to get their kids out of this system. And if we do that, the system will fix itself, because if they don't, no one will go to it.
Absolutely. I mean, Ron DeSantis is trying to do away with property tax. He's pushed school choice and vouchers and everything else. That would obviously be a way to tumble their stronghold of kids' minds. What about the Democrat states? Are we going to see a situation where the blue states are actually going to? I mean, we're seeing what's going on in New York. Are they just going to fall behind?
We have strings that we can pull. These states, I can't remember the percentage, but it was something like 35%, and I may be off on this, but I think it was something like 35% of the state of Florida's revenues come from the federal government. And the federal government put strings on it. Under Joe Biden, it was, boys could go to the girls' room. I mean, so we can do it too. And I think the federal government needs to say to California and New York, you have to offer school choice or you're not getting a single penny from the federal government. I think we need to use the power of the purse to begin to solve these problems.
How do we fight? From what I understand, you're a Jewish man, right?
Right there.
Okay, you're Jewish. Many of us here are Christians. We can have a conversation. You and I can sit here as two different people of two different faiths and have a conversation. That other side doesn't want to have a conversation with either one of us, neither Christian nor Jew, and at the same time, they're trying to do things to hurt your people first. I mean, they'll come for the Christians, but how do we even talk to people who don't even want to have a discussion with us?
Well, you make a good point. Look, Christians and Jews are friends, and they should be, because our faith comes from the same place. I mean, your Old Testament is our Bible. So, I mean, our views are largely similar. Our values are largely similar. I think we solve this problem by recognizing something simple. There is evil in this world, and we must fight it every day. And I call that out. I got the nickname the Hebrew Hammer for a reason. I wasn't afraid to punch, and we have to be willing to do that. We need to say this is evil, and we need to call it out. We need to say transgenderism is evil. Living in a valueless world is evil, and we have to stop apologizing. And look, I say when they go low, we meet them where they are. I said it before, I'll say it again. We don't make the rules. The left hates me because I play by their rules.
Right.
They I don't care what they call me. I'm going to fight back. And we need to not be afraid to walk into that fight, because that's what we are. We are in a fight for the future of our country by those who are willing to kill us. And make no mistake, again, as disturbing as Charlie's death was, and it was, the fact that there are hundreds of thousands or millions of people cheering it on, that's almost more disturbing.
Yes, that's what I've been saying.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I am pessimistic about the future of our country. I don't know how we as a country survive in a place where you have people who believe violence is the answer.
I think the only way, in which I was trying to tell people, is we need to make the enemy know that there are 10 million Charlies, that there are that as many Charlie Kirks. Just because we don't look like him or have turning point, we want to make sure this country is saved, and we are driven by a higher power to do so. That's where I think it becomes very difficult, because I don't know where these people's, where their center of gravity is. I mean, you're Jewish, I pray, you pray. What do these people have as their center of gravity? What is driving them?
Marx, they call it the Red-Green Alliance. That is really who the enemy is. It is a mix of Islamism and Marxism. The problem we have in America is we used to all share the same values, but we just wanted to get to the end destination a little bit different. Right. Conservatives, let's have less taxes. Democrats, I want to tax the rich. But fundamentally, we all wanted to get to the same place. Now we don't share the same values. These people hate America. And I'm not telling people to stand down. I'm not telling people to calm down.
Yeah.
I'm telling people to get ready to fight. If you come at us, we're going to come right back. And I will tell you a story. The enemy responds to strength. And I'll give you you know how these idiots block the roads in California, New York, because they want to protest? You know where they don't do that is
Down
in
here.
Florida.
Down here in
You know why they
Florida.
don't do it in Florida? Because we can run them over. See, they understand if there are consequences for their actions, that they will stop doing it. These people are like toddlers. And if you don't discipline a toddler, if you don't take their toys away, they will continue to engage in the same terrible behavior that got us there in the first place. So I think we need to be willing to fight. We need to fight back. We need to fight hard. We don't need to do it with violence. I despise Ilhan Omar, but I don't want someone to shoot her.
Right.
You know, I don't want someone to hurt her. I just want to beat her.
Now, one of those toys that you're talking about, which I completely agree with you, is the media. Is there anything you guys can get together and do? I mean, we've heard people talk about the Smith-Mundt Act, putting that back in place, and whatever we can do to stop them, because I believe they're the ones who contribute the most to turning this kindling into a flame, because if they weren't talking or they weren't showing this stuff, then there would be... I mean, even with like somebody like Greta, what's her name? The one that goes around on a boat. Nobody cares except for the fact the media keeps showing it. Now, we can't stop them from showing things, but is there anything you can do or Congress can do to get them from being so utterly biased?
Well, I honestly think a lot of it comes from social media now. I mean, people can put whatever they want on CNN. It's how it's clipped and it's put on social media. I do think there are things that can be done, and I plan to call on Elon Musk and X to do them. Here's a great example. I believe that foreign actors are responsible for a lot of this. 30% of the comments on my social media, and I get a lot and some horrific stuff. They come from Pakistan, and Qatar and Yemen and Iran. These are people. These are played. They're foreign. I believe that on social media, it would help if, for example, Elon Musk would put the flag next to your name from the country that you come from so people can devalue. It would help, for example, if in settings, I could say, I only want people to be able to see my stuff. I only want people to be able to respond to my stuff if you're from certain countries.
Right.
You know, there are things that we can do, but I think that we have to, one thing we can do is we can get the foreign influence out of this. Because, by the way, a lot of this is China trying to destabilize America by tearing us apart from within. We found in Florida, when we were banning transgender surgeries and drugs on kids, that phenomenon came not from Instagram, not from Facebook, not from X. It came from TikTok because it was being pushed by China to destabilize the country. We need to fix those things.
So I understand, just to change subject, because you just brought it up, it looks like President Trump and President Xi Jinping have come to some arrangement on TikTok. Are you aware of that? Any news you can talk about that?
I don't. I mean, I saw some tweet this morning, but I have not been able to get on top of it. As you can imagine, we're kind of going at 1,000,000 miles an hour up here. The biggest issue with TikTok is its use as a tool of espionage by foreign countries, and that's the biggest problem. I mean, it's a problem in and of itself because it's so addictive. But that level of addictiveness coupled with ill intent by the owner is a real problem.
Last question for you, because I know you are busy, and I hope you're busy on this. Heard that now everybody's back in session, that John Thune and Mike Johnson are going to work hard to get these appointees by Trump finalized. What's the next step in that, and how many you guys think you can get done really quick?
Well, unfortunately, it's not you guys. You know, the president's appointees get approved by the Senate. So people can be mad at me about a lot of things. I don't get any say over this. But I do know that the Senate changed the rules last week to be able to speed this up. And we actually had a meeting with Senator Britt, who updated us on this and just showed the historic level of obstruction by Democrats. You know, President Trump has the fewest number of appointed people at this point of any president. And the Democrats are not letting any of them go by voice vote. So some of these people are entirely uncontroversial. but they're dragging it out over and over and over and over again, basically just trying to keep Donald Trump from being successful. And frankly, it's unpatriotic.
Right.
It's unpatriotic. If you have a legitimate issue with a nominee, then you should express it. But when you have a legitimate issue with every nominee, what it is you're trying to make the president fail. And that's simply unpatriotic. And that's why the Senate changed the rules. And it now sounds like they'll be able to clear out a lot of that backlog in the next few weeks.
Do you expect in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk demise here that some of the Democrats will be a little bit softer, or are they just going to keep fighting and obstructing?
I think you're going to see a mix. I think you're going to see some. They're not all crazy. Mm-hmm. Some of them are, but they're not all crazy. I mean, I think you saw, what's his name? The guy who wears the sweatsuits.
Fetterman, yeah.
Fetterman. I mean, look, he seems like a not crazy person. Mm-hmm. So you see some of that, but then you saw Crockett, basically call ICE, slave gang. So she's nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, the woman's crazy. So I don't think you can paint, 250 Democrats with the same brush. I think some of them are very bothered. I think some of them are celebrating, and I'm not gonna, I don't know them all that well, but I think you'll see different acts by different people. You'll see a lot tonight. We're going to have a vigil for Charlie Kirk at 6:15.
All right.
In Statuary Hall that the speaker's operating. It's open not to Republicans, but to all members of Congress. We will see how many Democrats show up. If I don't know who the equivalent would be that's a Democrat, I don't know who the Democrat Charlie Kirk is, but I don't want to see any of them shot and killed.
Right.
I don't want that at all, and I would be brokenhearted and upset because this destroys America. What they don't understand is they're not destroying Republicans. They're not destroying conservatives. They are destroying the country.
Oh, absolutely. Speaking of that, one more question before you go. Are you keeping an eye, as a congressman in Florida, are you keeping an eye with what's going on in New York City with the Communist Manifesto being enacted up there? Are you hearing anything about more people bleeding out of New York City and coming down?
Well, that's the problem. So part of the reason why DeSantis got reelected by such a great margin in 2022, it wasn't that he really convinced any Floridians to vote for him who hadn't before. It was all these people moving to Florida.
Yeah.
And that's great for Florida. We have all these amazing people coming to Florida. The problem is they are leaving these states to just crazy people. Yeah. And the idea that a communist Muslim terrorist who's been a citizen for 5 minutes and's never had a real job could become president of the premier city in the world is heartbreaking. And unfortunately, some of the political people hope he wins because they think it'll be good for us politically. I'm not willing to sacrifice New York in order to make that happen. And so I've heard rumor that Mayor Adams may step out. Hopefully the other two non-crazy people, one of them will step out, because the idea that someone who literally supports Muslim terror could be the mayor of New York is horrifying to me as an American. It's horrifying to me as a Jew that people would elect, because the guy's an idiot. He's stupid. And the fact that he'd get elected is just unbelievable to me.
And there's a whole, I mean, I'm not telling anybody no secret. New York City has a huge Jewish population. I cannot even imagine that they would be voting for their own demise. It makes absolutely no sense at all. It's crazy. Absolutely. You got to think sometimes we're people possessed, because if you're seeing what this guy's all about and you're still going to vote for him, doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
You have to understand, though, and it's not Jews, it's just people in general. There were Jews who voted for the Nazis in the 1930s. You know what they said? Oh, they don't really believe that. How bad can it be? Mm-hmm. Well, then we had the Holocaust. So when Mandami says, I'm not going to globalize the Intifada, believe him.
Believe him. Congressman Fine, thank you very much for your time. Do me a favor, please be safe up there. Things are crazy, and I will be tuning in to see you guys tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the show.
back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right. Hope you guys enjoyed that interview. Randy is right down here in Florida, so love talking, especially people right here in my own state. Like to get some people in some of the surrounding states. I haven't talked to anybody in Georgia yet. I want to talk to somebody in Georgia. Let's find out what Fannie Willis is doing and everything else. But these people, as he said, I hope you guys took it to heart, because I didn't know that's what he was going to say, obviously. But yeah, we're starting to see these people feeling the same way. We're in this, and it's going to continue. Before I continue, I'm gonna show you something that Marjorie Taylor Greene said, and then we're gonna move into some more stuff that I have. But before, I got to talk to you about one of my sponsors, and that's Kimchi. Kimchi 1 by Brightcore. See, microplastics are infiltrating every part of our lives. Scientists estimate that we now consume a credit card's worth of plastic every single week through our food, water, and even the air we breathe. One study found plastic particles in 100% of human lung samples. Nobody is safe from this exposure. Democrats, Republicans, doesn't matter. We're all getting hit with microplastics. And it gets worse. These plastics don't just sit in your body, they cross the gut lining. They leach into your blood and disrupt everything. They've been shown to alter gut bacteria. It will suppress your immune response, meaning you get sicker more often. And it increases your risk for neurodegenerative disease, metabolic disorders, and cancer. This is bad stuff. Some plastic toxins like BPA and phthalates mimic hormones, and they interfere with fertility and they damage your DNA. Even if you eat clean or avoid packaged foods, you're still being exposed. You can't opt out of microplastics, but your gut can help you fight back with Kimchi 1 from Brightcore Nutrition, as it's a potential ally in this toxic world. Right now there's something called BPA. Oops, sorry. Where did I go there? There's something called BPA, and it is packed over 900 probiotic strains unique to kimchi and proven to break down BPA, helping you detox from the inside out. It doesn't just support digestion, it helps protect your cells, your brain, your hormones, and your future. Your body was never designed to handle microplastics, but your gut was designed to protect you. You just have to give it the right tools. And right now, you can get Kimchi 1 for yourself. You can get 25% off with the code Barry by clicking the link below in the description, or for an even better deal, you can call my friends at Brightcore for up to 50% off your order and free shipping. Give them a call now at 888-418-6738. 888-418-6838. And many of you guys have, even in the chat, have tried Kimchi 1 and have spoken how well it's been doing. All right, so let's stop for a second before I continue. This just gets to me. I just keep looking at that. It's just nonstop. Just people coming one after the other, spending 5 or 10 minutes, and going about their business. Whew. Tough one, very tough one. Let's see, Barry. I live in Massachusetts, and I could not find spring water in glass bottles. That's probably not by accident. It's crazy. It has to get worse before it gets better. Yeah, absolutely. Breaking. Elon Musk has demanded that Hassan Piker be removed from Twitch. If you don't know who Hassan Piker is, he happens to be a good buddy with Mandami, and he's been saying some seriously vile stuff. Oh my God. Absolutely. What he goes, remind me of Columbo. Just one more question. I know, it just gets to me because I'll hear something and I don't want to end it. I don't want, thanks for coming. Hey man, let me ask you about this. So that's what happens. Somebody says he was being paid by the Democratic Socialists of America. Exactly. What else we got here? I'm slowly getting rid of, you will be cheated. What crazy. The podcaster's making millions off of CK. May he rest in peace. You sound like you've been bought into the mainstream media. The only ones making millions are the media. Oh, gosh, that's fun. That's too funny. Can you get Charles Hughes out? Charles Chase Hughes. I don't know. Must be something here. Satan attacked Charlie because he was bringing revival to young America. Absolutely. I mean, look at that. What does that tell you right there? You don't need to see much more than people just coming up to the site and showing respect. And yet you get people here in the chat that want it. That's all they got. That's all they got. Absolutely crazy. Definitely gone too soon. That's some serious crapola. So let me continue with the show. So I talked to you a little bit earlier, and I started talking to Representative Fine about it. The narrative is now switching. It's switching very, very quickly. General Michael Flynn said the same thing. They fear us now. They fear you now. You just probably don't realize it. I want you to listen to this. This is from the potato over at CNN. It's button number 2.
Brian, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, United, they have said that they've suspended workers for some of their social media posts about Kirk's killing. We've seen reports of teachers and college professors being suspended for posts after he was shot. Washington Post opinion columnist Karen Attiah, she said that this morning she's been fired for her posts about political violence. What do you see in this clampdown in response?
Yeah, and some of Karen's posts about political violence were trying to point out that there's a long history in America of political violence. She says that her posts were called unacceptable by management and she was fired. So that's an example of the Washington Post. And at this point, there are hundreds of examples of people being fired from their jobs. Most of these people are not public figures. They were anonymous until a few days ago.
Whose fault is that? They're the ones who decided they wanted to step out there. They're the ones who thought they, were going to be tough people and talk about things a certain way. They're the ones who didn't realize the tide has completely shifted. And now the media is recognizing it as well.
This conservative campaign organized online, targeting people that it says are attacking Kirk, bashing Kirk, blaming Kirk for his own death. I want to point out that the range of offending posts has varied dramatically. There are some people in the dark corners of the internet celebrating Kirk's murder, and I find that personally grotesque. You also have people out there who are performatively showing a lack of sympathy, saying, I'm not going to mourn for him. People, for example, sharing controversial comments from Kirk's past and saying, look what he was saying. He's part of the problem in America. So you have this now coordinated conservative campaign to try to get people fired for a wide range of opinions. And look, this
hurts, doesn't it, Brian? You see, just a few short years ago, you hope people have amnesia. You forget you guys were ringing a bell and smiling and happy if somebody got fired because they wouldn't submit to being jabbed. That was okay. You had no problem with that. You had no problem if people talked about Q. Oh, it's some nut. They gotta go. You had no problem with that. You had no problem if people talked about Trump or an election. If you didn't like what they had to say, they're election deniers, and then they would get zapped. I've said it so many times. These people can only exist if you don't have a memory. And I'm thinking to myself, do they not remember all that? See, unfortunately for them, I was personally affected. My wife still doesn't have her handle back. Even now, after Elon has purchased Twitter, she has to use one of my alternative handles. And they had no problem with that. Oh, those right wings, they got kicked off of X and they got kicked off of Facebook. And you didn't see them having an issue with that. I had a video. Where's that video I had? It was so funny. It's not funny. It's kind of sad. But I had a video, and this video, I put it together. Somebody posted it on X, but I had to reformat it. Let me see if I can put that in here. Where is it? It's this one. All right, I want you to see this. I won't play the whole thing because it's so long. It's really long. But just check this out real quick. These are some that goes on for about 4 minutes. Brian Stelter didn't seem to have a problem with that. Nobody at CNN said, hey, maybe we shouldn't be telling people you have to make a statement. There were times when football players and celebrities were called out because they didn't say anything, because they didn't wear the ribbon, because they weren't putting out posts of approval. They got called out. And now they're upset because people on the left are being called out. And so the only way these people could be making these statements is if they believe or they're talking to people who don't realize that's what they were doing. Now that it's on the other foot, and the strength at this point of the conservative movement of MAGA, of you, is different. Saw this today. I don't know if you guys have been following this craziness, but there was a point where Clemson University was like, we're going to stay ambivalent. We're not going to do anything. Well, today, breaking after President Trump made a threat about their funding, Clemson University announced they terminated an employee for celebrating the demise of Charlie Kirk. 2 teachers have also been suspended pending further investigation. We're not taking it anymore. We are now, as Congressman Fine said, we're doing what you did. Do 2 wrongs make a right? Well, you don't think it was wrong, right? All right, wrong. This is how it's supposed to be. You just can't go out there and use what you think is free speech to say stuff like that, because I don't have to employ you. And I definitely don't have to give you any money.
The new form of cancel culture, something that the right complained about when, they were saying the left was targeting people 4, 5, 6 years ago. The truth is, cancel culture never goes away. It just changes shape. And the free speech group FIRE said it really well over the weekend. They said, we should remember, we don't win an argument just by ruining someone's life. All we do is ruin someone's life. And that is some of what's happening now as people get fired for these comments. But we should recognize, as we talk about free speech here, if you have a relationship with a private employer, that employer can choose to fire you for a variety of reasons. It gets a little more complicated if you work for a school or a university. But these private employer
Okay, I want to stop a second, because too many people have the completely wrong idea about free speech. Many, I don't know, there might be some people here in the chat who have a warped idea about free speech. And so let me be someone who can help you clear it up, and you can go look it up yourself. You are not entitled to free speech anywhere. Not on Twitter, not on X per se, not on Facebook, not on YouTube, not on any sort of podcast, in the comments. You're not entitled to free speech. It does not exist. I want you to understand that. Just like you could tell me to F off, I could tell you to F off and hit a button, and it has got nothing to do with your free speech, because it's not about me. It's not about Twitter or X. It's not about YouTube or Facebook or whatever else. That's why Elon Musk is calling for Twitch to get rid of Hassan Piker. That's why the Biden administration told Zuckerberg to delete you. Because the only aspect of why there is even a free speech is between you and the government. The government can't do anything to you if you speak your mind. The government can't delete your Twitter handle. Twitter can and did. Facebook can and did. You say something wrong here, SV is going to let you meet your digital maker as well. Poof, gone. There is no free speech clause. It does not exist. It's a complete ghost to people. They don't understand it. Free speech is relative to you and your government. Everybody else is just something for us to deal with, whether we want to hear it or not. That's the truth. Go look it up. I didn't make it up. Not me.
Relationships are what they are. And it has started a new front in a debate about what is appropriate, what is not appropriate in the wake of a national trauma like this. And that is what we're going through, Kate, a national trauma. No, we're nowhere close to civil war. People should knock it off with that talk. Most Americans are going about their daily lives, not wanting revenge or retaliation or any of that.
You think that's right, Brian? You think we're just going to go about your daily life and don't worry about it anymore? Forget it. There's no retaliation. You know why they think that? Because they got away with it. They think that because for, 5-6 years, they got away with it. They decided they were going to do anything they wanted to Trump. They got away with it. They're going to try and take him off the ballot. They didn't get away with that. They're going to try and make it so that even the President of the United States can't speak. We're going to censor him on, back then it was Twitter. They got away with it. Facebook deleted his profile. They got away with it. YouTube deleted his YouTube channel. They got away with it. Nobody forgot. We were just not able to talk. That is the difference that's happening right now. No, we're not going to get over it anymore. Now we know we have a voice. You now know you have a voice. These people are freaking out because you have a voice. It's completely changed. And they're not ready for the new reality. I hope you are. I see many of you on X, so I know y'all even call me out sometimes. It's time to call out Mr. Potato Head here and let him know those are the old days, bro. That was before. That was before we were allowed to talk. Not now.
But given how tense the climate is, I think we are going to see more of these politically motivated firings and campaigns going forward.
You're damn right. Yeah, if you open your mouth and you say something detrimental to my business, I am going to fire you. You see, even though you say this is my personal profile, there is no personal and business at this point. It's all meshed in together. If you are an employee of XYZ company and XYZ company sees you're talking a lot of crap out there, guess what? Almost every single corporation at this point, and those of you who still work in corporate, raise your hand, they have now put in the employee handbooks. If you disparage, if you cause issue, if you cause anything on social media to come back on us, we're going to get rid of you. They have rewritten all kinds of employee handbooks because of this. I don't want the smoke. I'm trying to make fried chicken here. I'm trying to make tires, whatever. I don't need your idiocy to cause problems with my business. And so it's cheaper to get rid of you. And because most of these companies already have it, you've signed it. I take this job. I agree not to do this. Well, I got free speech. No, your free speech left when you signed that. Your free speech left. You left it outside when you chose to work for my company. So now, hit the bricks. And that's why Stelzer was telling me, we're probably going to see more of this. You're damn right. It should be that way. It should be that people are accountable for their actions. You see, this whole personal accountability thing is something the Democrats never had to realize. You and me, we're all personally accountable for our actions and what we say and what we do. Why did they get away with doing whatever they want, burning up stuff, doing all kinds of graffiti, is because you wouldn't enforce it. And now you got a president who's like, guess what? You're not getting any more money if this is how he's threatening them with money. He's not threatening them. I just don't have to give you any money. I don't have to provide you with any funding if this is what you're going to do. No, your visa has been postponed, suspended. You're an idiot. We don't want you here. So if these people can scream bloody murder, it doesn't matter whatsoever. So let me show you distinctively where they are moving into the next realm here. And then somebody actually said something in here about podcasters making millions. Dude, do you think the bigger podcasters are just making millions because Charlie Kirk passed away? Do you not understand business? See, people are going to be selling tires today, no matter Charlie Kirk was alive or gone. Kentucky Fried Chicken is selling buckets of chicken today. They're making money, no matter if Charlie's here or gone. CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, all making money. They would have been making money today, even if Charlie Kirk was still here. It's a business. And so now what they're trying to do is poison people by just like what that guy in the chat said. Oh, you're just doing this because Charlie, he got demised. No, it's business. It's called news. And now they're trying to let you think, oh, it's the podcasters. It's them who's bad. After spending the last 6 years trying to destroy this country. Listen to this.
And a big part of the problem there, and Jonathan Lear, we've seen it. We've seen it since the tragedy of Charlie Kirk. A lot of it is that there are people on cable news networks, there are people running podcasts that are talking about civil war. Of course, they talked about civil war before, but they're talking about civil war and needing to go after the left. And they're coming after us. We need to, Elon Musk retweeting tweets in the hours after the tragic death of Charlie Kirk. But again, some of the same people that barely said a word, certainly didn't call for civil war after a Democratic legislator this past summer, the leader of the Democrats, got slaughtered in her home along with her husband.
Does Joe not understand something? The word civil, meaning one side against the other, one side here, one side there, fighting against each other. With what happened in some of these other instances, it's one side fighting themselves. There weren't any conservatives involved in Minnesota. There weren't any conservatives involved with Paul Pelosi. There wasn't any conservatives involved in some of these things. It's all you. In fact, the woman who got, done in on the train, she had a Black Lives Matter banner up in her room. That's not what the civil part is. The civil part is your people, your congressional people, your Senate people, and then, of course, your nutty constituents. They're the ones who said we should not be here. I challenge you. Show me conservatives that have said, like Randy Fine said, I don't care if Ilhan Omar stays here or not. I just don't want her as a congressperson. I think AOC should go back to bartending. I think Rashida Tlaib would do better in Gaza. I don't want to see any of them demised. I don't think you see any people on our side saying this stuff. Meanwhile, I could go to Portland right now and people would probably try to take me out. Whew.
By a man with a Democratic hit list of 42 Democrats, a kill list. We heard nothing about that. We heard nothing from these people who are now talking about the need for civil war and to go after the left, the wackos on the far left. We heard nothing about that after Josh Shapiro and his family were sleeping inside their home.
It's because it was friendly fire. It was your nut jobs. I cannot believe I was hearing this, and I'm thinking, does he not realize it's his own nut jobs? Does he? You trust me. If it was somebody on the right who did that to Josh Shapiro, it would have been 24/7, all day, all night. No, this is about you crossing the line and taking on the rest of America, not some crazy on your side who doesn't like what Paul Pelosi is doing.
When somebody tried to burn it down and said they wanted to take a hammer to Governor Shapiro's head, we heard nothing about a civil war then. We certainly didn't after Paul Pelosi. In fact, you will remember, as I remember very well, not only were they not talking about civil war, there were actually some people mocking and ridiculing.
I don't know if y'all remember, Paul Pelosi, the guy was in his house, he was in his underwear, and the story didn't make any sense. Some guy came in the back window who supposedly was homeless, And then he and Paul Pelosi were hanging out, and Paul was in his underwear. I don't know about you, I don't hang out with many guys in my underwear. And he bopped him on the head, and it disappeared. And you're trying to equate that. You're trying to equate that with this dude who had a relationship with some kind of a dude getting mad because Charlie Kirk said something about his roommate slash paramour. I don't want to go there, you know what I'm saying? And you're comparing idiots, homeless guys with Paul Pelosi. You can't be that stupid. You really, really can't be that obtuse.
Paul Pelosi, some prominent Republican figures mocking and ridiculing Paul Pelosi and Nancy Pelosi, and even suggesting that the man who attacked him was in a gay relationship with him for.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but we would know more if you talked about it more. Tell us, what was the relationship? It's been a few months. Perhaps you've dug into... Oh, you didn't. You ignored it because Pelosi was involved. Huh? So we don't know anything more about what happened. Just guys in his underwear hanging out, maybe eating ice cream from the big refrigerator, and Nancy wasn't home and some guy was in her...
Years. So there are these people talking about civil war now. Just, again, is baffling when they seem so disinterested when the killings, when the attempted killings, when the assaults were on the other side. I think...
Please, Joe, you're rattling off these things, but you're not telling anybody anything. Anybody in the chat know what the hell he's talking about? They're saying this kind of stuff. No, you didn't care when it was on the other side. What other side? What other politically based things happened on the other side? Tell me. I struggle to understand what in the hell you and Mika are talking about. I'm pretty sure the guy standing on your set has no idea what you're talking about. You're just blah, 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 blah. What? If there's so many, when it was happening on the... What? Tell us. I'd love to know.
I think, again, every sane American, every American I've actually spoken to in person since the terrible, terrible tragedy, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, have been horrified and asked the same question. When is this going to end?
Notice how he couched himself after he said that? He goes, every single person I've talked to, I mean, every single American I've talked to, wouldn't anybody see what happened and go, that's horrible? Or did you talk to some people who weren't American and like, hey, whatever? But in any event, you're missing the plot here, Joe. This guy wrote down in a book, hey, I'm going to take him out specifically because of his political ideology. Specifically. If you can tell me any of the other stuff, the guy in Pelosi's kitchen with his underwear, if you can tell me any of that was based upon some sort of manifesto, I would understand what the hell you're thinking. But right now you're making stuff up because you're trying to cover. You're trying to lay some ground cover because your side is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
We come together. How had one law enforcement officer say, how do we keep social media away from our children? How much?
Let me be the first person to show you where the pivot is heading. The pivot is heading to people like me, and Betty, and Patrick, but David, and other people, and people like you who are now starting to talk on social media. We got to shut down these podcasters, and we got to do something about social media, because we should be the only people bringing you the news. They're right. I feel like we've seen this movie before. They're right back to it. Social media, oh my God, there's so much disinformation and misinformation. I just listened to 3 minutes of misinformation, and you don't even have a mirror in front of you to tell people, yeah, I'm full of crap. But we got to do something now about social media. So here it comes. It's not the person's fault who is twisted and crazy, who decided to, climb along and scroll along a roof and do something. Not his fault. It's social media's fault. And everybody should be off social media. You should only be listening to us.
Longer does this continue? But we're just not hearing it from people that are trying to fan the flames and talking about civil war. I wish we could come together as Americans after a tragedy, after this summer, Democrats are slaughtered while sleeping in their bedrooms. And
maybe if you had some information about what happened to those people in Minnesota, because it was a blip on the news screen and never talked about again. Anybody here know what happened to that couple in Minnesota? Probably not. Nobody talked about it. Why not? Because it was something else. And so Joe almost, I feel bad. I almost feel like he's being told, as General Michael Flynn said, the puppet masters are like, this is our new plan. This is where we need you to go. Even though it doesn't sound right, even though intelligent people are like, what? The unintelligent people who are watching you are saying, yeah, they didn't come to anybody's rescue when Paul Pelosi got threatened in the kitchen with a hammer from the homeless guy in his underwear. I'd love to. I'd love to talk to Paul Pelosi. I would love to say, you know what? I need to talk to Paul Pelosi. Can you set up an interview? I beg of you, Joe, and anyone else in Morning Joe and your staff, anyone on Nancy Pelosi's staff, I beg of you, I would love to talk to Paul Pelosi. I got a whole bunch of questions for Paul Pelosi. He ain't ever coming on here. I guarantee you.
When Republicans are assassinated, going out talking to college students, for God's sake.
Well, they have a very different view than I do. I'm a conservative Republican. I have Democratic friends that think very differently, vote very differently, but they're...
Bullcrap. Bull. You're a rhino is what you are. You don't have any Democrat friends. You're a rhino. They think like you. Oh, it's that social media stuff, huh?
So my friend on it. So just having that ideology, just believing differently than some other American is not illegal. That's America. We don't all agree as next door neighbors on different things, but it is very different to try to plan, strategize to be able to carry out an act of violence on it. That is different. So we do have a celebration of differences in America. Quite frankly, Charlie Kirk literally has on his banners when he speaks on college campuses, prove me wrong, and would say, if you disagree with me, I'm going to seat you closer to the front so we can actually have dialogue. The goal of it is to be able to talk about things. As Charlie Kirk said often, when the words stop, the violence starts. That's when people say, no more words, I'm going to now attack you. Let's keep talking about things and keep working through this.
President Trump said.
Yeah, sure. You see, some of these politicians like to straddle the fence. They like you to think, yeah, I think we can do this, and we may be able to do it, and let's hear it out. These people don't want you around, period. James Langford, if you took your skinny butt up to Portland or walked the streets of some of these cities at night, they would not want to talk to you. Here, this is what Marjorie Taylor Greene put out, which is, I don't know, she's been off the reservation lately, but here's what she had to say. She said, there is nothing left to talk about with the left. Nope, they hate us. They took out our nice guy who actually talked to them, peacefully debating ideas. That's what I would tell to Joe. You want us to talk? The last person that wanted to talk, you took him out. Then millions on the left celebrated and made clear they want us all dead. To be honest, I want a peaceful national divorce. Our country is too far gone and too far divided, and it's no longer safe for any of us. What will come from Charlie Kirk being martyred is already happening. It's a spiritual revival building the kingdom for Christ. But it will happen on the outside, not within the halls of our government. Democrats are hardened in their beliefs and will flip the switch back as soon as they have power. She should have stopped it right there, because that's what you need to know. They're laying low right now, hoping this wave just goes by. But they have not changed their agenda, and the agenda you're hearing right now from some of these people on the left media is just basically to put it back on you. You're phony. You're talking about this Charlie Kirk guy, but you didn't want to hear it when Paul Pelosi was getting hit with a hammer in his underwear. Yeah. Democrats are hardened in their beliefs, and they will flip the switch back as soon as they have power. And if you're expecting Republicans to fight against evil with the power that they currently possess and end this once and for all, you're going to be extremely disappointed. You see, you just heard from Randy Fine, who is a very, very fiery guy. He's over it. But just watch. Watch how many fiery people stand up. Like he said, tonight when I do the Rumble show at 7 or so, they're having a Capitol prayer vigil. What would be interesting is when the camera pulls back, notice who's there and who's not there. Notice who's there supporting a prayer vigil for Charlie Kirk and who's not there. You see, it won't just be Democrats who are absent. Unless you see 200 plus people there, it's not just the Democrats. Let's continue. This week, Congress will be voting on another CR, continuing resolution, Biden's budget that transferred funds for those policies, transformer policies, not our own Trump policy budget that funds what you voted for. We had 9 months to get it done, but for reasons I don't understand or agree with, it wasn't the priority. Government is not the answer. God is. Turn your full faith and trust to our Almighty God and our Savior Jesus. Tighten your circle around your family and protect them at all times. I will pray for the left, but personally, I want nothing to do with them. You know, you could change Charlie Kirk's name with just about anybody in MAGA, and the reaction would have been the same. Obviously, you could have put Donald Trump's name. You could put Eric. You could put Ivanka. You could put Donald Trump Jr.'s daughter. They don't care. Charlie was a bigger trophy, but they would accept the small guppy. It just goes back in the chest. Let's see what else we can put in there. Don't for an instant think that they just thought, we got Charlie, so we're fine. No. Prove it. Tell us you want to reach out. Everybody today is talking about reaching out, but nobody's telling you how. Because at this point, what do you have in common with some of these people? The people that you have stuff in common with, of course we need to reach out to them. But if they're not going to listen about babies, if they're not going to listen about newcomers, if they're not going to listen about how do you talk to people like that? All right, well I guess there's nothing else to talk about then, right? Nope. And so where do we leave this? Well, one day I'm hoping to take you out.
Nothing about the political violence against Democrats. In fact, he blamed the radical left. What's your reaction to that? Is that something you think he should be doing?
Well, look, President Trump is very angry, and Charlie is his close personal friend. There is a lot of anger on the right, on my side of the aisle, and I've certainly felt that. And in this case, it does appear that that's true. Again, more information is coming, and we'll learn more over time. I don't know that matters as much as the radicalization piece. I brought up the Democrats who were assassinated recently, and how quickly we move on from these things. But the body count is piling up, and so I'm so concerned about this radicalization piece, and that's what we're trying to understand. Again, this person made a choice, and it was this person's choice, and this person will be held responsible. And we have to make different choices. And we also have to figure out how it came to be that a kid with a 4.0, with a 34 on the ACT, with a full ride scholarship at my alma mater, who didn't even last a semester, drops out and ends up doing something like this. We need to understand that, and we need to figure out how to stop it.
I'm not a big fan of Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, but what he said right there was really important. This kid, by all estimation, was a fine young gentleman. A 4.0. He was intelligent. He was bright. And within one semester, it only took them 3 or 4 months to turn this bright, intelligent, full of future kid into an assassin. That's all it took. Well, and then something else. I don't think he went to Transformer school until he got into that lifestyle. And then, of course, that's where it all can start as well. And I don't know. He was brain smart. He was book smart. And then somewhere along the way, it short-circuited. I read the story the other day where they're saying that, his friend was on the way to transition. And I thought to myself, so doesn't that just make him gay? I mean, if you're hanging out with a man that wants to be a woman, that will still be a man, what does that make you? A lot of confusion going on there. And I think at this point, some people on the left are realizing, this is getting into the nether regions here. Listen to Whoopi.
Assassins should always remember is just because you take somebody out doesn't mean the message is going to stop. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's important to keep that in mind, because when you look at our loss of Martin Luther King, or name anyone who's been assassinated in this country, mm-hmm. we continue to fight on. Mm-hmm. And that's what America offers. It says, listen, you have the right to say and feel however you want. That is a birthright.
That's not true. See, that's the problem with the left and so many other people. You have the right to say whatever you want. No, you don't. Because that right that you're talking about to say what you want has repercussions. Unless you're a mole or a roach and you never plan on working or being in a relationship or on television or in any corporation, your words do matter. Hopefully, Whoopi and the people on The View, they are now realizing it. Your words matter. And now there's an unbelievable amount of scrutiny on these shows where they can't be the nutty professor types that they were last season. This has got to be so constrictive of them because they're like, she's like almost talking in tongues here. What are you saying, Whoopi? Just, if you don't want people to be radical anymore, hit the person to your left and tell Joy Behar to say this. Hey, Joy, stop talking crap about Trump. Whoopi, yourself, stop talking stuff. Your words have repercussions. But now you have found a fall guy. Don't do it just because we talk crazy, just because we call Trump names. Doesn't mean you're supposed to like go out too late. You think Trump was calling Powell too late? You're too late, Whoopi. You cannot pull back all of the craziness you guys have spewed onto America. Almost every single day. Trump is this, Trump's that, maggots are this, maggots are that. And now you're telling people you shouldn't do this to people you don't agree with. Too late, man.
Born with that right. So taking somebody out is not the way to do it. You want to fight about something, then go to the ballot box. Go elect different people. Killing people doesn't do anything except make it a horrible world for their children. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, she got the talking to. Legal called up, hey, Whoopi, can we see you, Joy, and them other chicks up here? We got to have a discussion. Yeah, you're done. No more of this Trump's a Nazi and a racist. No. You're done. I'm going to give you one more chance this season. Let's see what you got. And she comes out with that crap. But then there's always MSNBC.
The reason that he is seen as a divisive figure and why the left has had a reaction as well in this is because he has been known to make racist statements.
All right, now you shut up. You shut up right there, because if you notice what she said, the reason why he's divisive is because he's done this. Not because we've done anything. We're perfect. We're great little commies. He's the divisive one. That's why people like me and people like Elon are saying stuff like this. Unity is impossible with evil fanatics who celebrate this stuff. There's no coming back. The answer to what she just said, or what she should have announced, was we've all been guilty of this. But they put it on Charlie, and Charlie types and saying the reason why people are upset because people like this are divisive. Are you not divisive? Because none of us believe a word that comes out your mouth. We find the vile pablum that you spew every single day to be divisive. But it's us who are divisive. How does that work? How is it what you do is good and what we do is bad? If you want to get together, you should say, we're going to put this, that was yesterday. Today, we're going to start talking to every single person as if they're just Americans with different ideas. How about that? I think people who want to vote for Zorhan the Great up in New York, go ahead. Do it. Have fun. I don't want to see anything happen to you. My job and what I feel I need to do is to talk to you and say, that stuff that he stands for is crazy. I'm not going to crawl on a rooftop and see what I can do to Zorhan. You can't discuss issues.
That, if he were to see a black pilot, he wouldn't necessarily trust their ability to fly a plane. He has also said that it was a mistake to pass the Civil Rights Act, and has definitely lobbed a number of attacks on transgender individuals. And so there's...
See, that's a word that they always fall back on. Attack. I bet you if somebody did a study and said, how often was the word attack used prior to, 2008? And then it became commonplace to say that anything you say that I don't agree with is an attack. I don't really feel comfortable with affirmative action. That's an attack. No, it's an opinion. It's an opinion you could debate him on. You could say to him, Charlie, I think you're wrong because of this. Not divisive. That's someone's opinion. Some people like snails. Robin eats and orders escargot every time we go to a restaurant. I'm like, that's nasty. That's really nasty. That's my opinion. It's not an attack on her escargot. There are those of us, even though we're a certain way, have had gay relatives. I used to see him on Thanksgiving. What's up? It wasn't an attack. He knew I was who I was. Did he not come because I was going to be there? Nope, he was there. And his boyfriend. What's up? You're not attacked. These people have forgotten what an opposing opinion is like. We grew up our entire lives, those of you guys who are my age or so. Oh, wait a minute, I got to take that. 1 second. I'm so sorry. My wife was expecting somebody and to get guardhouse called. So where was I? Language. Language has never been divisive. Language has never been something where it caused me to go in a corner and feel attacked. If you didn't agree with me, just like Charlie Kirk has been doing and made Turning Point into, it's like, all right, you don't like this, let's talk about it. You don't want this or that? Let's talk about it. And then somewhere along the line, they took discourse away from us. It was no longer okay to discuss things. Now you're being attacked, you're feeling divisive, when that's the essence of what a conversation is. A conversation and spirited discourse isn't just people who feel the same way. That's the objective of discourse. This weekend, yesterday actually, I'm down at the Dolphins game. And unfortunately, the guy right in front of me had a Patriots jersey. He had a MAGA jersey, right? Because he was a Patriots and I'm a Dolphins fan. And I'm like, look at this dude sitting right in front of me. When they scored and the Dolphins were behind and he went back and he went, yeah! I didn't feel attacked. I didn't feel like, man, he's really being divisive. Robin, we should leave because there's some people here making me uncomfortable. They're not on this team. And what he stands for, I don't stand for that. Or I could have reached over, which I did, and went, good job, high-fived him. Because they did score a touchdown. What's up? Yeah, you got it. You got me. When did that disappear? When did it disappear and everything that you don't like became an attack? It only happened since Obama. I mean, look it up. How many times people use the word attack? Now the news uses it interchangeably to mean somebody who doesn't believe what you believe and they are attacking you. And by saying that over and over and over, attack, 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 you start feeling attacked. What happens when you feel attacked? You get protective. You want to strike out. You want to strike out before the person attacks you. What if they just started saying, oh, Charlie Kirk had an opinion I didn't agree with. And I don't believe that what Charlie Kirk said was something that I and my friends understandably would be a part of. Charlie believes this and he believes that. You know, he can have his belief. I just don't want to aspire to it. I want to have anything to do with that belief. When did it become an attack?
A lot across the LGBTQ advocacy space who are opposed to him. And I think you're seeing right now in the aftermath of his horrific and tragic killing that there are two things that are happening, which is the rightful condemnation that political violence across the board is wrong, should never happen. But then the administration and the White House and the Republican movement essentially trying to revise a bit of the history of his legacy. And that is something that is also being talked about. And now a word.
The hell was she talking about? Revive? They sit in these studios and talk amongst each other. And what did you just say? President Trump is trying to revise something? I have no idea what he just said.
About social media. It started as a way for people to make connections, give updates about our lives, or reconnect with old friends. But now the social media companies' algorithms feed us what they think we want to see. It gets to the point where people often don't see opposing ideas that may challenge their own views unless it's through the lens of attacking or mocking the other side, and the cycle keeps going. We get deeper and deeper into our own information loops and political ecosystems. Ben Shapiro, the conservative commentator and friend of Charlie Kirk, said on the Free Press podcast this week, quote, "How social media works is a disaster area. There is no question it is making the world a worse place." Now, he was careful to say he isn't calling for censorship. The question is whether it's time, maybe well past time, for social media sites to think long and hard about the way they manipulate what people see on the computer they carry in their pocket, especially.
Dana, walk down the hall to the ladies' room and make sure you wipe off the mirror and say what you just said looking in the mirror. Their attack is now on social media. social media and its algorithms and how it works is making things so much more dangerous. Not me, who sit up here in this studio with my nice makeup and coiffed hair and say whatever kind of BS I want to say all day long. No kind of introspection. Just pivot right now and go this way and go after social media to shut people up. I'm pretty sure Ben Shapiro was not trying to take this angle. Now the media is, hey, the podcasters, it's X, everything they wanted before, and now they realize they're not going to get gun control. Let's get social media control. Let's just stop them from talking. That's how we win. Because we can't win if they're talking.
On people. Charlie Kirk's online fluency made him a political star, but he also advocated putting the phone down once in a while to find peace. Here's more advice from Democratic Senator Brian Schatz. He said, quote, pull yourself together, read a book, get some exercise, have a whiskey or walk the dog or make some pasta or go fishing or just do anything other than let this algo pickle your brain and ruin your soul. Amen to that.
That's about the only time she's probably said amen in her life. And again, this can only work. This can only work if you don't remember what they've done. If you don't remember the effort that they put in to villainize, to, quote, demonize us. Here's some of what they did, and I got some breaking news for you.
Molotov cocktail at a Tesla service center. At least 5 Teslas blew up. When you pull out a chainsaw to celebrate firing thousands of people, they get mad. It's just
Let's send these techno-fascist, broligarchs, and old-fashioned Nazis a message loud and clear.
The vandalism really shows the outright anger and rage that people are feeling about what Elon Musk is doing.
We should all be protesting in the streets about this and be incredibly angry.
It has taken the American people to go protest at Tesla to get the president's attention. Try to dismantle the reputation of Tesla in hopes of hitting Elon Musk where it hurts.
He's incompetent. He's a thief. He's a Nazi.
Musk is a pathological liar. He's a criminal. He's a sociopath and a ghoul. He's literally killing people, but he should really enjoy taking this guy down.
And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down. Yes.
Elon Musk kind of turned out to be I don't want to be driving the car built and designed by.
If you drive a Tesla, please sell it. And if you own stock in Tesla, please dump it.
I've never wanted to buy a Tesla.
Well, as I told many of you back when that was happening, I said, don't listen. Don't listen as they were going after Elon. I want to show you. I posted this earlier. When I was telling you that, Tesla stock was, I think when Waltz was talking about it, it was 220. It is now 418. It is nearly doubled. And I told you back then, way back then, I said, listen, there's nothing wrong with this company. The people pooping on Tesla are doing so merely because it's emotion. The fundamentals of the company are still strong. They tried to ruin his company. They attacked him merely because he was allied with Trump. If he wasn't allied with Trump, they would not have bothered him. And now, the stock is on fire. On absolute fire. These people will never learn, and because of that's exactly what makes them so dangerous, is because their only hope is to pretend as though you don't remember what they did. I got something for you here.
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
All right, so we got some breaking news right now. President Trump has posted this a second ago. Thanks, SV. This morning, on my orders, U.S. military forces conducted a second kinetic strike against positively identified extraordinarily violent drug trafficking cartels and narco-terrorists in the Southcom area of responsibility. The strike occurred while these confirmed narco-terrorists from Venezuela were in international waters transporting illegal narcotics, a deadly weapon poisoning Americans. Headed to the U.S. was all this stuff. These extremely violent drug trafficking cartels pose a threat to U.S. national security, foreign policy, and vital U.S. interests. The strike resulted in 3 male terrorists killed in action. No U.S. forces were harmed. Be warned, if you are transporting drugs that can kill Americans, we are hunting you. The illicit activities by these cartels have wrought devastating consequences on American communities for decades. No longer will that happen. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Why is that important? Why? I mean, it's breaking news. He just mentioned it. What time did this happen? At 3:57. He just brought that out. But why is it something that you guys can really point to? You can really point to it because in the midst of all this happening around the Charlie Kirk assassination, tiresome. In the midst of all this, he still got to do his job. He still got to save America. Doesn't mean he wasn't hurt. Doesn't mean he didn't mourn. But now we got a job to do. And that's my message to you is you can grieve, you can mourn, put it aside now. It's time. You have a job to do. They're working. The bad guys are. They're still driving their boats. The media's still talking crap. Now it's time for you to put on your big girl pants and big boy pants and realize you got a job to do.
Tesla, because I prefer to buy cars made by car companies, not computer companies.
I added Tesla to give me a little boost during the day. 225 and dropping.
Tesla's tanking right now, and I'm okay with that.
Tesla is a meme stock. It is one of the most wildly overinflated stocks.
Tesla stock is way down. Please don't ever vandalize Tesla vehicles. And so
they're taking to the streets or the parking lots.
Should I see FBI and ATF now?
See, that's okay. As far as they're concerned, this kind of stuff is okay. But now all of a sudden it's gotten bad and we can't talk about it.
No, it's not.
Same thing with Pam Bondi. She's, just stop that. It's a masquerade. This is just ridiculous.
Do you believe that these protests at Tesla dealerships meet the definition of domestic terrorism?
No definition that I can think of. First off, I've only heard about peaceful protests.
You try to kill cops.
Oh, just peaceful protests. Meanwhile, the whole dealership's on fire.
Overthrow the government and change an election, that's not domestic terrorism, but somehow having a protest in front of a Tesla dealership is.
He said today he would label violence against dealerships domestic terrorism. You protest a private company, you are labeled by this administration a domestic terrorist.
January 6 rioters who committed heinous acts of violence on our Capitol. That's okay, but it's not okay with Tesla.
There's a big difference between vandalism and terrorism, and the consumer is basically taking out their feelings on companies with politics they disagree with. And that's not always vandalism and violence and, throwing fires, but people sort of take it out on individual companies based on their politics, which is why some companies are trying to backtrack from politics and political stance they took in the last decade.
Yeah, and Elon Musk obviously has put himself squarely in the middle of that.
They do it to a Tesla dealership, it's really bad. But when they do it to the halls of Congress, we should pardon them. They're legitimately upset at Elon Musk, and they're doing it on their own.
Elon Musk pointing fingers at the left over that spate of attacks against Tesla vehicles and dealerships across the country.
They count on you not remembering that their hypocrisy has caused so much damage. Somebody had wrote, a lot of people have written, when they don't like something, they burn it. They riot. They shoot. When something happens to us, we pray and we come together.
Violent attacks, these acts of violence and vandalism, is there any evidence to indicate that there is a connection between the attacks and any of these Democratic groups?
Absolutely.
I'm laughing at the question. The answer make you laugh even worse.
Please, zero.
There is no evidence that this is something.
There's no evidence it has anything to do with politics. The Teslas just blew up on their own.
It's being, orchestrated or, organized by the left.
And I don't even know if the folks who are doing the vandalism are actual Democrats or Republicans. Both sides feel unseen, unheard, and they're taking violence to express themselves.
We have to make them really afraid. People are going to die, and it's going to get as ugly as we can think.
You don't remember all that. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to watch the wand here and not remember all the stuff they have said for so long. It's all archived. We all have videos of it. I don't think it has anything to do with left or right. Both sides. What? Oh my gosh. Listen to this.
Finding myself very caught between, on the one hand, wanting to honor his legacy of unity through debate and coming together to take down the temperature, and then wanting to honor his legacy of telling the truth. And the truth is, this is not a both sides issue. The killer killed him, according to police reports, because he found Charlie Kirk to be spreading hate. This is a view shared by every single prominent Democrat. Yes, there are people on Blue Sky advocating for violence, but what actually caused this was the utterly quotidian, utterly ubiquitous demonization of the political opposition from the left. And it has just led to violence because they said the other side were Hitler and Nazis. They said that speech is violence. To combine those two things together is to sign the death warrant of prominent conservatives. And that is what we are seeing again and again and again. And it is utterly facetious to suggest that there is any comparison between political violence on both sides. Every example they bring is not actually showing that, whether it's Governor Shapiro, whose attempted assassination was from a Free Palestine leftist, or...
Yeah, they left that out earlier when Morning Joe, that's what I was telling you. When Morning Joe was like, I didn't see that Republicans weren't complaining about what happened to him, that's because it wasn't the other side. It was friendly fire. It was people on your side who decided they wanted to come after you because you weren't acting crazy enough. You were not being as much of a crazy person as they needed you to be. And so, because of that, they decided to take him out. I can't even tell you what was going on with Paul Pelosi, but that wasn't MAGA either. And so they hope that you don't remember. The trolls hope that you don't remember. The trolls are here because they're trying to interrupt a message of sanity. They only exist by keeping people insane. They only exist by waving propaganda in front of people's faces, hoping they never look at anything else. When I'm showing you these clips from different aspects of what people are saying, it's because it's so easy for me to find them with my database. They're like, I remember that. I remember this. And then when you put them together, they look really stupid.
Whether it was the Minnesota assassinations, which were from somebody who said he was operating at the behest of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. There is a culture among Democrats at the highest level to suggest that their political opposition are a danger, and that suggests that their lives are forfeit. And I want to come together. I do. I love what Shank said. It brought tears to my eyes. I had to reach for a tissue while you were playing Charlie's words. But at the same time, we cannot unite with people who are lying to our faces about who we are, who will not take responsibility for the fact that they suggested that we are Nazis because of...
The only way you can come together, the only way you can reconcile, whether it's a personal relationship or a work relationship, the only way that there can possibly be unity, only way for the trolls to understand this, is to come and say, we're sorry. This is not where we should be as a people. Your ideology does not jive with mine, but it doesn't mean you're a maggot, deplorable, whatever you want. You can coexist with me. I don't agree with baby removal. I don't agree that the newcomers should be wide open, the border should be wide open. I don't agree in paying higher taxes. I agree, and my ideology is I want capitalism. I want to make as much money as I possibly can. I want to provide for my family. I want my family to be happy. If you don't agree with that stuff, which sometimes, as we've seen here, there are some people who don't agree with the whole prosperity angle. That's fine. Treat it like a big old Chinese buffet and eat what you want. There's stuff on the buffet. I'm like, I'm not eating that stuff. What is that? Oyster and squid? Nah, I don't want none of that. But I love your restaurant. I'll come here as often as I can. I like this and this and this and that. Nope, don't like those things. Don't know what those are. I don't even know what that is. Looks like bait. But I love the restaurant. I love America. I don't want to eat from these dishes, but I love America. You see, the first and foremost question, the problem is with these people and why we will never be able to unify is because that has to be the basic question. Do you love America? Don't talk about all the other stuff yet. Let's not talk about LGBT2XYZ54. Let's not bring that up. Let's not talk about RuPaul stuff. Let's not talk about baby removal. First thing, the very fundamental thing I need to ask you: do you love America? If we can't agree on that, the rest doesn't really matter. That's the problem where we are at this point, is because there are a certain amount, obviously, people on the right who can say, yeah, I love America. Okay. Problems. I mean, we have family members who have problems. We still love them. Yeah, well, America sucks, but I understand that. America's got some problems we can work on together. But in order to work on that marriage, in order to work on this relationship, you have to want and love this relationship. Do you love America? No. Then you give me nowhere else to go. See, Charlie could have had some of the quickest events ever. If the person walking up to the microphone, forget, because they're coming in, they're ready, they can't wait to do battle with Charlie and say this and say that. And when it will only take one question: do you love America? At that point, if you get the answer, you realize very quickly you got nothing to talk about. Because after you say, do you love America? I wouldn't say, do you love God? Do you love Jesus? Because there's people of different religions. So I'm not going to go there. My second question would be, can a man become a woman? You see, we have such foundational issues at this point that these people have put their chips on. I don't see how we can come back to it. You're asking me to agree and accept and embrace a fantasy. Well, guess what? That ain't gonna happen. And so I don't know how we ever come together unless you say, I love America, I want America to prosper, but I don't want to be friends with people who don't like my lifestyle. Good, we can work on that. Good, go to your corner of the world and enjoy your life, but I understand you want to prosper in America. Great. Now we have a starting point. But if we can't get to that starting point, how do we even talk to each other?
Totally legitimate views that reflect the majority of Americans. So what I say is, let the left say we were wrong. It is legitimate to vote for Donald Trump. It is legitimate to be pro-life. It is legitimate to believe that there are only two genders, and we were wrong to suggest that that was not the case. We were wrong to say that that is hateful. When they say that, I am waiting with open arms to take down the temperature.
Okay, so right there, there's your answer. That is, I included that because the next clip is going to tell you where most of us sit on this spectrum here. That one was the appetizer. Unless you can say, it's okay for me to think what I think, because we know you want me to believe what you believe, but you have to say it's okay that you're thinking this way. You won't say it, right? And because you won't say it, I'd like to introduce you to my friend Scott Adams, who's going to tell you specifically why we're in the position we're in.
That's going to have a big problem, because they're going to have to figure out why everybody says this guy is an angel, but they've been acting like he's such a bad person they have to kill him. At some point, this won't apply to everybody, but at some point there'll be a healthy number of Democrats who realize that they were on the side of killing an innocent man, meaning that they didn't act on it, but they were sort of happy it happened maybe, and then they're going to find out that he was nothing like they thought. And this will be one of the biggest mistakes of humanity. It's one thing to kill somebody because you're going to get something out of it. This was not that. This is killing somebody and getting the opposite of whatever it was you wanted, because you're going to get a lot of that. You're going to get a lot, and it's going to be the opposite of whatever you thought you wanted. But it's because you killed the wrong guy. And it feels that way on the political right. They always had the power. They always had the ability. They just didn't have a big enough reason that we would all act in unison. Now we have it. And everybody sees it. Everybody feels it. And we're working as one. Now, it doesn't mean it's perfectly coordinated. You know, the world's a messy place. But all the energy is moving in the right direction, and people are looking for guidance to make sure they're moving in the right place. They're checking in with people. They're talking to people. They're influencing people who need to be influenced. And more important than any of that, I'm sorry, nephew, South Africa, could you close your ears for a minute? All right, thanks. We don't give a fuck what people think about us right now. And that is freedom.
I couldn't have said that any better myself. I love how he told his nephew, like, hey, unplug for a second here, okay? Yeah. We don't care what you think. Your ability to influence our thoughts is over. It's expired. You no longer have that ability, none of you, to tell us what you think, because we no longer care. We don't give one F. We're done. So unless you want to come back, unless you somehow come back and say, listen, I was wrong for what I did. I shouldn't have, a complete allocution, a complete, utter allocution. My ideas were wrong. I'm sorry. I tried to ram them down your throat. My ideas aren't any more important than yours. We can coexist. But at this point, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. How can you? How can you at this point care? It is September 15th, 2025, and for the last 8 or 9 years, you've called us every single name in the book. You got us tossed off social networks. You got us fired off of certain jobs. You've absolutely destroyed lives, anything in your path, just for your ideology, and we stayed quiet. And then you decided to somehow botch up an election. And we were pissed off. And we were called insurrectionists and all kinds of things. But we stayed calm for the most part. And then the guy runs again and you start up the same stuff. Nazi, homophobic, deplorables, everything. And then you tried to shoot him. And we got over it. We're pissed. But he told us, fight. A lot of people didn't understand what he meant. Fight, fight, fight. And we've been waiting for him to do it. See, many of us have been looking from the bleachers, watching President Trump do what he needs to do. And I think what happened last Wednesday is the switch went off, and we're like, we're no longer sitting on the sidelines. We are no longer going to leave it up to one man. We are now going to take this into our own hands, and we are going to give you the attack you've been accusing us of. Now you get to feel the real wrath. Now you get to feel what tens of millions of people coming together can really do. And now you deserve it. You went one step too far. And we thought you went too far before, but you didn't learn your lesson, so you did it again. This time you succeeded, and we've had it. We're done. So now we don't want to listen. We don't want unification. It's too late. You've pushed us, or rather pushed, you jumped off over the edge yourself. You're done. You're absolutely done. And so if you come to us now, media, and you're saying, you should, tamp it down and condemn all this stuff, it's too late. I don't advocate anything violent unless you come for me or my family. Now, the problem is there are some people right now who probably think you came for our family. We saw what happened of an unarmed man sitting there just talking. Just talking. He wanted a debate. He asked for the debate. He traveled the country to do nothing but debate. And we saw what you did to somebody who tried to have a debate. And now you're expecting us to put ourselves in the same position? We've already seen how you react to debate. You don't want it. And so now we have to move on without you. Because
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I play that funny thing there, but it's I finally feel that way. Done. I'm absolutely done. All right, so that's what I got for you today. But President Trump has not come out yet. So what I will do? What is this? That's yesterday. Well, I guess I could play that from yesterday. But first, before that, we do that, let me see if I can talk to you about Patriot Addict. What are we talking about today? What are we talking about? What are we doing? Oh, we're talking about the blankie. The blankie. So I got to make sure everything is working the way it's supposed to. And it is working. Ashley, it's working. Yay! It's working. All right, so let me talk to you about this blanket. Now that we're into the fall, see, all summer long, I talked to you guys about this blanket. And back then, it was like really warm, and people were like, Barry, what are we going to do with this blanket? Well, unless you're down here in Miami going to see the Dolphins or the Hurricanes, this might be a little bit too warm for you right now. However, if you're in another state where it now is fall, this Donald Trump blanket would be perfect to go and wrap around you as you go to a football game, a tailgate, a hay ride, or anything like that. It's pretty cool. For a limited time only, they're going to give away this free blanket. They're giving it away, Patriot Addict. Check it out. No recurring fees, none of that. Just cover a small shipping fee and it's yours. The blanket is gorgeous. It is thick. It is warm. It's big. As you can see, it covers me. And it's more than just a blanket. It's a bold symbol of America's comeback and real leadership. Get this blanket. Get the blanket. It's perfect. It's warm. And let's be honest, it drives liberals absolutely crazy and nuts every time they see it on your couch or in the back of your pickup truck at a tailgate. Because, yeah, look how big it is. If it covers me this way with my big behind, it'll cover you just perfectly. And it's free. So you can go ahead and get this right now. It's only available to the fanfare community. Don't wait. Scan the QR code right over here, or the link in the description as well, and claim your Trump blanket before they're all gone. So just go ahead and scan the QR code, which is right there, and you can get this blanket. All right, so let's take some comments while we're waiting for President Trump to come out to see if he indeed does come out. And let me get this hot blanket. I mean, literally, it's hot. It's very hot. Let me put that right there. Let's look at some comments while we're... Let me just make sure I have the feed up and ready should he come out at any time. What's this? This is from yesterday, isn't it? Yeah. I think this is yesterday. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. This is what we have. 1 second.
European nations do still buy, some of them buy natural gas from Russia. Would you like to see that pulled back as well?
Boy, hold on. This one.
Sad weekend in the sense that we lost a great person. I'll be going on early Sunday morning. We're going to Arizona, taking some people with us on Air Force One. Maybe you people are going to be with us, I don't know. But we're going to be going Saturday early on Sunday morning. Okay? Go ahead. Good. We had talks going on. Scott Bessent is there and some others. Jameson is here. And yeah, I think they're going fine.
When will you impose tariffs on China?
We're going to see, but we've hit them very hard in so many other ways. I don't know if you know. Do you know what they're paying right now? What are they paying right now? You know what China's paying right now in tariffs? Huh? A lot. Yeah, I know exactly what's happening. A lot of drugs are coming out of Venezuela. A lot of Trinidad, they're trying to get out, but we're stopping them successfully at the border in Venezuela. We have a tremendous amount of security. They send the Trinidad, that's the gang, probably the worst gang in the world, MS-13 them. I think they're probably considered worse. And we don't like what Venezuela is sending us, whether it's their drugs or whether it's their gang members. We don't like it. We don't like it one bit. Hold it. You want to move over here, fellas? Wouldn't it be easier for you? Go ahead.
What was your message to the Qatari Prime Minister on Friday?
Look, we're with them. You know, they've been a great ally. A lot of people don't understand that about Qatar. But Qatar's been a great ally. They also lead a very difficult life because they're right in the middle of everything. So they have to be a little bit politically correct in their terms. But I will tell you, they've been a great ally for the United States, Qatar.
Mr. President, do you anticipate more strikes on Venezuela's crossroads?
Well, we'll see what happens. There's certainly not a lot of boats out there, I'll tell you, since the first strike and then to a lesser extent the second. We don't see any, we almost see no boats out there, which is fine as far as I'm concerned. There's been very little boat traffic. I can't imagine why.
And just on that, do you think we will start doing strikes on the mainland, Venezuela?
Oh, we'll see what happens. Look, Venezuela is sending us their gang members, their drug dealers, and drugs. It's not acceptable.
Getting rid of the president an option? Getting rid of Maduro an option now?
We'll see what happens. Not an option or not option. We'll see. He had an election that was wrong. It was almost as corrupt as our election of 2020. You know that? You know what I'm talking about? I wouldn't say theirs was much more corrupt, but it was certainly corrupt. But ours was corrupt also. I may or may not. They're negotiating TikTok right now. We may let it die, or we may, I don't know. It depends. Up to China. It doesn't matter too much. I'd like to do it for the kids. They like it. I mean, selfishly speaking, I did very well on TikTok, and I got the youth vote. I got numbers that nobody's ever even come close to in the Republican Party. Nobody. If you look back to Romney and all these people, they got practically no votes. I got a lot. And some was attributed to TikTok, and a lot was attributed to Charlie.
What was your message to Benjamin Netanyahu about strikes on Qatar?
Well, my message is this. They have to be very, very careful. They have to do something about Hamas. But Qatar has been a great ally to the United States. A lot of people don't know that. I told the Emir, who I think is a wonderful person, actually, I said, you need better public relations because you don't really get the public relations. I mean, people talk of it so badly, and they shouldn't be. Qatar's been a very great ally. So Israel and everybody else, we have to be careful. When we attack people, we have to be careful.
You mentioned Charlie Kirk, sir. What organizations on the left do you anticipate investigating? We talked about this last week.
Well, the problem is on the left. If you look at the problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left. And when you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burnings all over the place, that's the left, that's not the right.
Do you plan on investigating?
We'll see. We'll be announcing. They're already under investigation. You know, they're already under major investigation. A lot of the people that you would traditionally say are on the left.
They're already under investigation?
Already under investigation.
Have you asked to start revoking the visas of those who have celebrated Charlie Kirk's death? Have you asked to start revoking the visas of the foreigners who have celebrated Charlie Kirk's death?
No, we haven't, but we are looking at names. We don't like that. That's not right. We wouldn't celebrate if something happened on their side, and we don't. These are sick people. These are really deranged people.
Any progress on the Fed chairman, sir?
Well, other than I don't like him.
No, but you are.
He's incompetent. The Fed chairman's incompetent. Sure, I have three people that I like a lot. Any one of them would do a good job.
Mr. President, one more on Venezuela.
But I think you have a big cut because I don't think he can help but cutting. It's perfect for cutting. And the thing that he's hurting most is housing for people. But because we're doing well in everything. Energy's way down. Groceries are down. Everything, almost everything is way down. But housing, because of the Fed, is not what it should be. Okay, but it's not what it should be.
I'm sorry. Ahead of the UK trip.
What about it?
Expecting ahead of the UK trip.
Nothing. The trip to UK is going to be incredible. They've never done it before. Twice honored, and that's because we had non-consecutive terms. You know that. You probably know. But back in the days of Grover Cleveland, I don't think they did this too easily. So we'll see. But this is the first time it's ever happened. And Windsor is supposed to be amazing. They've never used Windsor. They've never had Windsor for this. And they're going to be doing Windsor Castle. It's going to be very exciting. I think a lot of you are going with me. You going with us? Huh? Are you going with us, Maggie?
Not with you.
Good.
Just one more on Venezuela. The president of Venezuela called the strike on the boat illegal. Are you concerned that Maduro might escalate something?
No, what's illegal are the drugs that were on the boat and the drugs that are being sent into our country and the fact that 300 million people died last year from drugs. That's what's illegal.
Do you think he's not telling the truth when he said it was a fisherman's boat? Do you think that he's
give me a minute. You could see it. You saw the bags of white everything right through the bags. It's nonsense. So we knew it before they even left. We knew it before they even left. We knew exactly where that boat, where it came from, where the drugs came from, and where it was heading. And the problem is nobody's getting on boats anymore, so maybe that's a good problem.
Do you expect NATO to issue sanctions against Russia as you asked them to do over the weekend?
Well, they're not doing the job. NATO has to get together. Europe has to get together and do it. Look, Europe they're my friends, but they're buying oil from Russia. So we can't be expected to be the only ones that are, full bore. But Europe is buying oil from Russia. I don't want them to buy oil. And the sanctions that they're putting on are not tough enough. And I'm willing to do sanctions, but they're going to have to toughen up their sanctions commensurate with what I'm doing.
So just to clarify, you wouldn't move ahead until NATO moves ahead?
Well, I'm ready to move ahead, but they have to do it. I think they will. But right now they're talking and they're not doing it. Look, they're buying oil from Russia We're not buying oil from Russia. They're buying a lot of oil from Russia. That's not the deal.
So on Putin, 2 weeks ago you told us that you would decide who was more to blame for the impact of the talks, whether it's Ukraine or whether it's Russia. How are you feeling right now?
But when you say impact of what?
The impasse. Sorry, but nothing's happening.
The impasse? It's not going to matter because when they go in, they're going to be very, very strong. So it's not going to matter.
When are you planning
Maggie, go ahead.
Mr. President, European nations do still buy, some of them buy natural gas from Russia. Would you like to see that pulled back as well?
That's not the deal, though. The deal is they're not whether it's natural gas or whether it's cigarettes, I don't care. They're not supposed to be buying from Russia. We're spending a lot of money giving. Now, I will say this. Right now, we're just selling weapons to NATO. It's pretty amazing. Biden spent $350 billion. I'm spending nothing. In fact, we're making money. But I want to stop the killing. So it just came out, or I think it came out, but I know for a fact, almost 8,000 young soldiers died this week between the two countries. A little bit more from Russia, but divided. When you're the aggressor, you lose more. I don't know if you know that, but in war, when you're the aggressor, you tend to lose more. But it was a little bit more for Russia, but it was 8,000, a little bit more than 8,017 actually, died this week in that war. Why? And they're Russians. They're not American soldiers, but they're still human beings. They're souls. And I want to stop them. And I stopped 7 wars. I thought this was going to be an easy one for me, but this has turned out to be tough. The hatred between Zelensky and Putin is unfathomable.
Do you still believe that they will talk? That they will have a...
I don't know. I think I'm going to have to do all the talking. They hate each other.
When do you think that will take place?
I don't know. Relatively soon.
Has any of the NATO...
We're going to get it worked out one way or the other, but relatively soon.
Has any of the NATO...
They hate each other so much, they can't breathe. So I'm going to have to get involved.
Has any of the NATO members responded to the letter you sent yesterday?
Yeah, sure. They know it's true. They don't want to deny it, They said, well, I'd rather not talk about it. I said, what do you mean you'd rather not? That means you're guilty, right? Yeah, no, they agree. I mean, look, they're buying oil. And they're buying it through a couple of countries that are selling it. So they're not buying it directly. Countries are buying oil from Russia and selling it into certain NATO countries. Not all, but certain very substantial NATO countries. That's not the deal. Okay? We all set?
Just one more.
Are we all set?
We're good. Hugo has one.
So last one. Just to clarify then, do you anticipate the next step with the Ukraine talks to be a summit, like a trilateral summit?
There'll be talks. Whether you call it a summit or just a get-together, it doesn't matter. But I'll probably have to get... They hate each other so much they almost can't talk. They're incapable of talking to each other. Thank you.
Mr. President, will the First Lady accompany you to Charlie Kirk's memorial next week?
I didn't ask her that, but a lot of people are. But we're going to Europe just before, so we're going to be doing that. Okay. I haven't even thought of it. I've been thinking about other things. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I've been thinking about other things. Yes, okay, finally we have the event. All right, here comes the proclamation, and then we can get out of here. All right, hold on. Let me get this ready for you.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Nice to have you here. We have some big things to announce. Today, at the request of Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee, who's standing with us, as you know, I'm signing a presidential memorandum to establish the Memphis Safe Task Force, and it's...
Hello.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to have you here. We have some big things to announce. Today, at the request of Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee, who's standing with us, as you know, I'm signing a presidential memorandum to establish the Memphis Safe Task Force, and it's very important because of the crime that's going on, not only in Memphis, in many cities, and we're going to take care of all of them, step by step, just like we did in D.C. We have virtually no crime in D.C. right now. And we're going to keep it that way. It's our nation's capital. We're going to keep it that way, or we're going to federalize it if we had to, but we don't have to anymore because it's in such great shape. This task force will be a replica of our extraordinarily successful efforts here. And you'll see it's a lot of the same thing, although the numbers here are really something. They're really bad. Now, we did send FBI in about 4 months ago to work, and it brought some of the numbers down, and they did a great job, but we're sending in the big force now. We also sent them into Chicago on a sort of a moderate basis, and we brought down crime a little bit in Chicago, but we're now going to bring it down very big. We're going to be doing Chicago probably next. I was with a great businessman, a man who is involved in all cities through his business. And I say, who do you think should be next after Memphis? And he said, sir, you've got to save Chicago. We're going to wait a little while. But he said, you got to save Chicago. You can't let it go. And this is a very prominent man that everybody knows. And this from another man in Memphis was saying, Bill, he was saying, very interesting, he's on the board of FedEx. And his hotel is about a block away. And he said, when I walked there, I said, you know, I don't want to do this again. I never want to do it again. And they won't let me walk there. They take them in armored vehicles. They take the board members of FedEx in armored vehicles like a block away to the hotel. This shouldn't be the U.S. This shouldn't be the United States of America. The task force will be a replica, as I said, and it's going to be, I think, equally successful. This is a tremendous success we've had in Washington, I can tell you, and everyone knows it. And people in the White House that work here and other people that I know are calling me and thanking me. They're going out to dinners. They're doing things that they haven't done in years. The effort will include the National Guard as well as the FBI, ATF, DEA, ICE, Homeland Security investigations, and the U.S. Marshals, and more along the prosecutors. We're going to have DOJ led by U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, who is here or not here? Who's that person here? That person is going to be very busy. So we're going to have U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, and most importantly, Pam Bondi's here. She's heading it up, and she's doing an unbelievable job in every respect beyond this. So also worked with some of the members of the team right here on D.C., and we're very proud of that effort. We essentially had the crime down to a very low rate in 12 days, and within another 10 days after that, it was so incredible. And it continues at that level, and we're going to continue. We have to because it's our capital. This team will deploy the full powers of federal law enforcement agencies and enforcement generally to restore public safety and get dangerous career criminals off of our streets. We're going to get them off. In 2024, Memphis had the highest violent crime rate, the highest property crime rate, and the third highest murder rate of any city in the nation. Other than that, they're doing quite well, thank you. A person is 4 times more likely to be murdered in Memphis, Tennessee today than in Mexico City. It's been, and you know Mexico City is not a cakewalk. It's been overrun with carjackings, robberies, shootings, and killings. There were 249 murders, 429 rapes, 5,616 burglaries, and 12,522 violent assaults in just the last little while in 2024 and in pieces of 2025, where it's actually gotten worse until recently when we sent the FBI down to see what the hell is going on. Last month, a vicious thug carjacked an elderly woman parked at the movie theater, dragged her out of the car, and body slammed her into the pavement, where she is still trying to recover. Probably won't be successful. So we're not going to allow this kind of savagery to destroy our society anymore. We're stopping it. We're doing it one by one, time, but we want to go quickly. We don't want to lose Chicago. We're going to lose Chicago. We're going to lose places like you go to St. Louis. St. Louis. We're going to lose St. Louis. We're not going to lose. We want to save these places. You're going to lose them. It was the way the man said it. He was a very high-quality man. I said, who would you do next? He said, sir, do Chicago. You don't want to lose Chicago. We're not going to lose Chicago. So we're going to have to go very big, and we're going to go probably, we're thinking about it for next Pam. We're going to hold it off. We're going to do some of the smaller ones and The truth is, our people are so good. Gaddy, you're doing a great job wherever you may be. We're doing so good that I don't think we need too much practice, right? But we got to go and save our big cities, our great cities. Chicago's a great city, and we're going to make it great again very soon. And I think we can do that. Despite the tremendous size, I think we can do a real job, and we're going to give you the resources that you need. So with that, I'd like to just end by saying we're going to make Memphis safe again, and I'd like to ask Governor Bill Lee to say a few words, and then Pam can talk, and anybody else you'd like to talk to. We'll go through the whole list. We have all day long if we have to, because this is a very important thing. We have to save our country from violent crime. So, Bill?
Yes,
please.
sir. Mr. President, first of all, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your commitment for federal resources to the great city of Memphis. And it is a great city, and it has a great history and a great legacy. And we are very hopeful and excited about the prospect of moving that city forward. I've been in office 7 years. I'm tired of crime holding the great city of Memphis back. And I have spoken today with the director of the U.S. Marshals, with the director of the FBI, with General Bondi. We realize that this effort of multi-agencies that will combine the work of the Tennessee Highway Patrol and the local police departments, when we come together, we can make significant change in our city and the city of Memphis, and that is a powerfully important thing for the state of Tennessee, and I want to say thank you.
This will be your proudest moment when we see you in 4 or 5 weeks, maybe sooner. You're going to see numbers that will drop and plummet like you haven't. Just like we did in D.C., they plummeted. Nobody can even believe it. And they're going to plummet. It'll be one of your really proud moments, and you've done a good job too. But this will be maybe your proudest moment.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
And the director, as the director said, the goal is sustained.
Right. Got to keep it.
Sustained crime lowering, and that with this effort, I believe we can get there. We can finally get there for that city.
Yep, we're going to have it sustained a long time. And your people are going to get better and better, and your police force has been terrific. They're working with us very much, as you know. We started it, as I said, on a little basis, and we got it down quite a bit, but now we go in for the big march, okay?
And Director Patel and his team have done remarkable work so far. As you know, the numbers are great, and this will be one more step in the right direction for Memphis.
That's true.
Thank you.
He's done a very good job. Thank you very much. Pam, please.
President Trump, at your directive, we went in, as you all know, to D.C. and took over the city of D.C., working hand in hand with Metro Transit Authority. All of the agencies represented here today got over 2,000 violent offenders, got over 200 guns off the streets of D.C., and D.C. is safe again. And now, Governor, working with you and working with our 2 U.S. senators and all of our agencies working hand in hand, we're going to do everything we can to make Memphis safe again. That was President Trump's directive to us, and it's easy to do when you're working with such great leaders. And Secretary Noem, you have been instrumental in this, and Director Patel has already been into Memphis and gotten so many violent offenders and guns off the street, and that's what started it. And working Stephen and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, thank you. We've all been going nonstop, working hand in hand together, and Gowdy Serralta, Terry Cole, and Director Driscoll of ATF wearing 2 hats, and Pete Hegseth with the National Guard, all working hand in hand and being out there for a month. You can't tell who's with what agency but for the T-shirt they're wearing, because everyone's working hand in hand, and that's why we've been so successful. We're going to do that in Memphis, and we're going to get crime off the streets.
That's great. Thank you, Pam. Great
Thanks,
job.
President.
Christy, go ahead.
Mr. President, Memphis has a high number of trafficking, significant human traffickers, child exploitation, drug trafficking. The local gangs there are extremely dangerous, and I'm so excited that you're going in there to work with not just the governor and willing local leaders, but also our Attorney General and all the leaders that are standing here today to help protect our children. So what's going to change dramatically is the families' lives that live there, and it's only going to happen because of you, because you're coming in. What has started there, you're going to put on steroids. The networks that you're going to uncover across this country, because of the work that's going to happen in Memphis, we're going to see every city get safer, because we're going to see those ties to other criminals that we're going to get out of the country. So we're a nation of laws. And, sir, thank you for caring about every single city.
Thank you, Christy. Really nice. And what makes it to me so exciting is the success we had here so quickly. And, you know, we've taken close to 1,500 people out of D.C., but when I saw the result happen so quickly, and so many people are so thankful, and people that you pass them every day and they're fine, all of a sudden they're thanking me so profusely. It was so exciting what's happened and continues to be what happened in D.C., and so that's what makes this, I think, even more exciting, because we know what's going to happen. We know we have the people. Look, we're sending in a lot of help. These cities have been taken over for years, and the last 4 years under Biden, what's happened is just a disgrace. So it really has, what the success we've had here has made it to me much more exciting, because I think we're going to have proportionally. I mean, you have cases where it's even worse. I have some people, we have some people quoted today that we took out of papers. We're so grateful for the National Guard coming, said an owner of a Memphis tax service. It's so dangerous here. It's so darn dangerous that you can't get out of your car. If you get out of your car, he says you get robbed, you get mugged, you get hit. You can't go to the market or a service station. So, yeah, I want to see crime stop, and I want to see the National Guard come in right away if that's what's necessary. There's a need. Here's another one from a director of a Memphis-based crime prevention organization. There's a need for more boots on the ground. You have to get them done fast before we totally lose it. They're going to lose it all. I got 2 guns put in my face, said another, within 5 minutes at 2 different locations. He said, I got a gun put in my face. Then I went someplace else, had another gun put in my face. I was scared. It never happened to me. I've never seen anything like it. Here's another one. I honestly thought he was going to kill me, said a 60-year-old Memphis carjacking victim. A man walked up, give me your car. You got 5 seconds to get out or you're dead. This is what we have in this page after page of the same kind of thing. Cash, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to your brilliant foresight, you had asked us to go in quietly into the cities to help set the landscape, to work with the interagency, and to make America safe again. And we've done that under the FBI's banner program of Operation Summer Heat. And the results are only as good as the prosecutions. And because the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have mobilized DOJ to successfully prosecute so many violent criminals, we have set the landscape for the interagency to come into Memphis and really make it safe permanently. As the governor and the senators and the other directors were saying, it's not a short-term mission, but thanks to you launching us early, launching us quietly, not looking for the credit, Mr. President, we greatly appreciate your support and the advanced foresight you had in doing that.
It's so exciting, and somebody had to do this. A president should have stepped up long ago and saved these cities. So it's not that I wanted to do it, believe me. Somebody had to do it, and we're doing it in a big way. Excellent. Pete, could you say a few words?
Yes, Mr. President. From day one, the DOW, the Department of War.
I'm glad you made that correct.
Correct for you, sir. Has been proud to stand with our partners across the interagency, whether it's the Southwest border, whether it was Los Angeles getting ahead of that, whether it's right here in Washington, D.C., where Secretary Driscoll and the Army and the National Guard have taken the lead in helping across all of these great folks to secure the city. We are very proud to be here, to stand strong alongside law enforcement. We're glad that Memphis is the place to go. The volunteer state, we're not going to have any problems with the Tennessee National Guard being willing to go in and stand strong in Memphis, sir.
Not at all. And get ready, because you'll be doing a lot of other places that are almost as troubled.
You got it, sir.
Some of them are equal. You look at what's going on in Baltimore, where the governor was telling me how wonderful it is, and you can't walk across the street without being shot. Could I ask our 2 great senators to say a few words?
Of course. Please, Mr. Marcia. President, thank you so much. I want to say a thank you to Director Patel, because he had promised that he would come into Memphis. We've had Operation Viper there this summer. There have been over 500 arrests. There are over 100 indictments. And Memphis had the best stats they have had in years this past August. Last month, it was the best August they have had, and it's because of the work that's been done. And now to have a new phase of this enforcement for Memphis, where we are going to have all of these agencies working as a team, as the governor said, making certain that this is a long-term effort to make Memphis safe again. Mr. President, we are so grateful, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. And this is an issue that's
plagued Memphis since I was a boy, Mr. President. And it's time that we address it. And I appreciate your leadership allowing us to do that. And the team that you've assembled here is going to help us deliver the most fundamental responsibility of our government, and that's public safety. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be something that is our primary goal. And certainly I hope to see Memphis become the safest city in America. And thanks for the effort of all of your team here to make certain that happens. Thank you, Governor Lee, and I want to say thanks to the Memphis Police Department and the Sheriff's Department there too, who have all worked closely to bring this together. I look forward to tremendous results.
And I want to thank the FBI for the last 4 or 5 months, because they have brought down the numbers quite a bit. Chicago here and a couple of other places that we can talk about later if anybody wants to. Could I ask you to, Terry Gaddy, to have a couple of words also? You really did lead the charge here, and you've done such a great job. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for always supporting law enforcement. I think the major difference here in Washington, D.C. has been your support for law enforcement, has been empowering the men and women that are on the street working every single day. And I look forward to not only going to Memphis, but other places in Tennessee as well. And I think you'll hear from us real soon, Mr. President. Thank you for your support, sir.
We have plenty of places.
Yes, sir, we do.
You know the country very well. That's great. Thank you, Terry. Please,
Mr. President, I just want to say that we're honored once again to lead the charge with the United States Marshal Service, leading and joining 22 other federal agencies. I can say that today we spoke with over 30 of the local agencies, letting them know what to expect, giving them the template that we've done here in DC, so they know what to expect. They're extremely excited. I think everyone is going to be well receiving the law enforcement surge that we're about to take to Memphis.
Great job.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask one of the best lawyers in the country. He is one of the best. Todd, say a few words, please. He is a great lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, look, I think it's been said for the past 15 minutes, the president ran on making this country safe again, and we do not make this country safe again unless we go into our cities where there's the most violent among us and go street by street and block by block and arrest the men and women in this country that are destroying cities and communities for the rest of us. And so what we plan on doing, as the governor said and the senator just said, this has been a problem in Memphis for a long time. We plan on delivering Memphis back to the citizens that are there to raise their families, to go to church, to be in their communities. That's our goal, and that's what we plan on doing, whether it takes 2 weeks or 2 years. That's what we're going to do.
Thanks, Tom. The great Stephen Miller, please say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The same emotion you do on television. That's hard to do. I think that's going to be hard to do.
President Trump's initiative here in Washington, D.C., is important to understand, is the most successful anti-crime initiative in American history. But just think about it for a second. In 30 days, President Trump put together a team that saw the largest ever violent crime reduction in any city in American history, something that people had not been able to do in 40 years. That is a momentous achievement. And now the president is going to take that same model to Memphis, and as he said, more cities after that. The team that president has put together has no equal today or anywhere in American history. I think what's happening here is that what the president has done is made clear. The power of federal law enforcement that was used for the last 4 years to harass and attack conservatives, to harass and attack Christians, to go after law-abiding families, the power of law enforcement under President Trump is going to be used to get all the criminals, all the violent offenders, all the murderers, all the cartels, and all the domestic terrorists off our streets. So whether you're Antifa, whether you're a domestic terrorist, whether you are a violent gang member, a drug trafficker, a transgender killer, or anyone else that's threatening our people, President Trump is saying he's going to use his FBI, his DOD, his ATF, his DEA to wipe you out, to put you in behind bars, to take you off the street, or to apply whatever legal consequences necessary. Mr. President, I'm honored beyond words to be a part of this team under your leadership as you've saved thousands of lives.
Thank you very much. Come on over. Let's sign that bill. You want to say anything about our great military real fast? He's what a job he's doing, this guy.
Mr. President, so our Army National Guard is honored to be part of this mission. This is their community. A lot of them are from D.C. They're from Tennessee. When you talk to them, when you talk to the actual population out there who interact with them every day, they say it's a blessing to have them as a part of their life. And then for the National Guard getting to have this where they get to improve their communities, where their kids are growing up and they're going to church, and this is where their families are. Many of them, sir, have said this is the honor of their lifetime, so thank you.
Look at that nice face, and yet he's a killer. That nice, beautiful face, and he's a total killer. I don't know how you do it, huh? Loves a great job. Everybody here is doing a fantastic job. All right, here we go.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you,
Do you have
sir.
any? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
No, thank you very much. Great job. Any questions, please? Brian? Yeah, Brian.
First of all, you've got to.
Did they take down the blue tent?
Yes, sir.
Last time he hit me with a blue tent and nobody knew what he was talking about. We found out, right?
Found out,
and he was gone the next day, and they had a lot of. That was not so easy. They had, that's a violent radical left group. Okay, go ahead.
I got peppered with a lot of comments for doing that. They still have their First Amendment right, though. They're still out there protesting. But you've got an amazing team behind you. You've done an awesome job for D.C. I want to get ahead of a story that I think might come out. You pushed out an email earlier today. Really showing dozens and dozens of local media in Memphis highlighting all of the violent crime in that city. So they have no problem reporting the crime, but when you show up to solve it, they're going to run around town looking for that one person that says, we don't want Donald Trump in our city. What can you say to the media there in Memphis, Tennessee, to help let them know the people want you there in their city?
Well, I'm not sure they found that person, because I saw them doing some interviews, and it looked like they were looking, but they were very, in fact, that producer, that person, I think they lost their jobs, because everybody was saying, we want Trump to be there, they want the people right here to be there. Look, it's very simple. In Chicago, they're getting beat to hell, they're being shot. If you lose 6 or 7 people die over a weekend, they consider that a successful weekend. And when you consider that a successful weekend, that's pretty bad. I had the president of Poland here a few days ago, and we had a news conference. Many of you were here. And I made the statement. I said, we're very happy to announce that it's been over 2 weeks since anybody's been killed in D.C. And he looked at me like, is that supposed to be good? He's looking like, what kind of a place is this? And now it's been a long time, but and as I was saying it, I said, I'm not sure if that sounds good to somebody. It sounded great to you, but it doesn't sound good to somebody from a country where they don't have violent crime like we have. But now it's a long time since that's happened. We went for years where at least one person was killed. Now you're not seeing it all. It's like the border. Millions of people a year ago, millions of people poured into our country. In the last 3 months, there have been 0, as reported by largely Democrats, actually. The border is secure. The country is secure. We've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'll tell you, a year ago, we were a country in tremendous trouble, probably a dead country if it continued. So we're very happy about it. And so just, in terms of your question, people have never seen anything like what we're doing, and I think they're very happy, and they want us to be there. They don't want to be mugged. Who would say, gee, I don't want the National Guard? And you need that in terms of numbers. And also, you look at those guys, I looked at them, they're rough guys. They're, the Supreme Court voted recently on merit. We're a merit-based country again. I said they had tremendous courage to do that. We're a merit-based country again. When I looked at the people that were patrolling the streets for the National Guard and for others, I could see we're merit-based. They were rough-looking, they were tough-looking, and they love our country. So that's where we are, Brian. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Yes. Given with all the that's going on with Charlie Kirk's assassination and the left wing, a lot of left-wing violence going on, do you have plans, and actually this is a great opportunity with all these do you plan on designating Antifa finally a domestic terror organization?
Well, it's something I would do, yeah. If I have support from the people back here, I think we'd start with Pam, I think. But I would, if you give me, I would do that 100%. And others also, by the way. But Antifa is terrible.
Are there other groups that you can pick up?
There are other groups, yeah, there are other groups. We have some pretty radical groups, and they got away with murder. And also, I've been speaking to the Attorney General about bringing RICO against some of the people that you've been reading about that have been putting up millions and millions of dollars for agitation. These aren't protests. These are crimes, what they're doing, where they're throwing bricks at cars of ICE and Border Patrol. And they come in with a beautiful new car. They're so proud. It's Border Patrol, ICE, it's got whatever it is. And they're throwing rocks at it. And after 50 yards, it looks like an old beat-up vehicle. It was just brand new. It was just bought for the purposes. And they don't have to take that anymore. I let it be known. We'll take responsibility. They don't have to take it anymore. And they don't want to take it. They were told by a past administration, it became almost a culture, if somebody throws a rock at you, do nothing. If somebody spits in your face, do nothing. And I say, when they spit, you hit. Do whatever you want. You do whatever the hell you want. I watched it so sick it made me. For 4 years, I had to sit home and watch people screaming at policemen and spitting in their face, and they weren't able to do anything. They just had a grin and bear it. They're standing up like a piece of steel. And a woman, in many cases, women, you can see they're professional agitators. I had one the other night. I had 4 the other night, all in one group, total phonies. I started to scream when I got into a restaurant, something with Palestine. And I said, well, I'm doing a great job for peace in the Middle East. I should get lots of awards for that, right? With the Abraham Accords and everything else. But a woman just stood up and started screaming. And she got booed out of the place, too. There were a lot of people in the restaurant. I went there to show how safe, and it was safe. I mean, the woman is just a mouthpiece. All she was a paid agitator. And you have a lot of them. And I've asked Pam to look into that in terms of RICO, bringing RICO cases against it, criminal RICO, because they should be put in jail. What they're doing to this country is really subversive.
Mr. President, can I ask you one on crime? Mr. President, can I ask you one on
sure.
crime and one on Charlie Kirk? You floated potentially going into St. Louis. You mentioned you want to go into Chicago next. Could St. Louis be out of Chicago?
It's going to be around there someplace. Yeah, we got to save St. Louis. Got to save these cities. This isn't like, we're going to do something. We have to save St. Louis. We have to save Chicago. I know all about Chicago. I have a great, beautiful building. I'm so proud of it. But, you get less proud when you see all the crime. When they announced 2 weeks ago, 11 people killed, this is over a weekend. I think they said 38 people shot and 11 people dead. And then you watch Pritzker get up and say, we've got crime under control. And I will say that Cash and the FBI did a good job. With a very light force, they went in, and for about 4 months, Cash or so, they've been working on keeping crime down. They have brought the numbers down a little bit. But those are the easy numbers. The first 20, 25% are the easy numbers. That's where it gets. Then you have to bring in the big forces, right, which is what we always intended to do. But I think the FBI's done a very good job. In particular, in Memphis and Chicago, they brought it down a little bit. Like 20% and 25%. Well, I guess it's not so little, but we have a long way to go. We think Chicago is going to be next, and we'll get to St. Louis also.
And on Charlie Kirk's assassination.
And New Orleans we want to get to, too.
Your FBI is investigating the potential role of left-wing organizations in the assassination. I'm wondering if you think if Charlie Kirk's assassin worked alone or if he worked with you.
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you he didn't work alone on the Internet, because it seems that he became radicalized on the Internet. That's just by watching same things that you're watching and hearing. It looks like he became radicalized over the Internet. And it seems like he has wonderful parents, brought in a wonderful neighborhood, smart guy, great boards, great marks, great student. And then something happened to him over a fairly short period of time. It looks like he was radicalized over the Internet, and it's radicalized on the left. He's a left. I have a lot of problems with the left, and they get protected, and they shouldn't be protected. But as you understand, I think, very well from the tone of your question. Thank you very much.
On Venezuela, on Israel. First on Venezuela, what can you tell us about this Venezuelan boat that was taken out? And do you plan to provide proof that these were narco-terrorists who were on their way to the U.S.?
Well, we have proof. All you have to do is look at the cargo that was, like, it's spattered all over the ocean. Big bags of cocaine and fentanyl all over the place, and it was. Plus, we have recorded evidence that they were leaving. We've recorded them. It's very careful because we know you people would be after us. We're very careful. The military has been amazing, and General Kane showed me a little while ago the clip, but you can actually see it, but you don't have to see it because we have recorded proof and evidence. We know what time they were leaving, when they were leaving, what they had, and all of the other things that you'd like to have. But we have noticed that there are no ships in the ocean anymore. We're seeing that there's like no ships, when the first one we went, there were hundreds of boats. Now there are no boats. I wonder why. Meaning no drugs are coming across, probably stopping some fishermen too. I mean, to be honest, if I were a fisherman, I wouldn't want to go fishing. Just a nice, let's take a little trip, because I'd say, man, maybe they think I have drugs downstairs. I don't want that. I think the fishing business probably been hurt, but there are literally no boats. This was a boat, and we were surprised to see it. Now, what does that mean? That means there's no drugs coming by sea, but they do come by land. And you know what? We're telling the cartels right now, we're going to be stopping them too. When they come by land, we're going to be stopping them the same way we stop the boats. And you'll see that. But maybe by talking about it a little bit, it won't happen. If it doesn't happen, that's good. But they killed 300,000 people in our country last year. And we're not letting it happen anymore.
And then on Israel, did Bibi Netanyahu speak to you directly to alert you that Israel was going to be striking Hamas sites in Qatar?
No, he didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
How did you learn of it?
Same way you did. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned that the shooter was radicalized online.
I think so. By the way, when I say that, that's my opinion. I think he was radicalized online based on what they're saying.
Do social media companies bear any responsibility for that? And how does that?
I'm going to have to ask. I don't know. I'd ask Pam that question. I don't know if you or Todd could give an answer to that. Somebody has to bear some responsibility.
And President Trump, I've always told parents, you got to watch what your kids are doing on the internet, what they're doing online, what they're listening to, what they're reading. They're all online. They're all on their phones all the time. Parents have got to monitor that, because this starts when you're young. This starts when you're young, when you listen to these groups, when you watch these shows, and parents have got to just be vigilant. So sure, that's part of it, and they're meeting kids online who they think are kids, and they can be anywhere in the world and talking to them, and yeah, they are being radicalized.
Mr. President,
he went bad, and he just went bad very quickly in a sense, because he sort of led a very normal life, a life of, great education, schools, everything else, but somewhere along the line, something happened. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. How will you send the National Guard into Chicago without the cooperation of the governor and the mayor?
Well, if they do cooperate, that's good. If they don't, it's not going to matter to us at all. You know who wants to help us? Police department. They have no respect for the governor. They have no respect for the mayor. They respect us. And we found that in Washington. We haven't had total support in Washington from government, as you know, from everybody. I don't want to say the mayor because she was better than most, but we haven't had great, but we have had great support from the Metropolitan Police. They're like brothers of these people. They're really like brothers. You see that. They work together. And so if the governor wants to support, as I said to Bill, it's going to be his proudest moment, what he's going to do, the governor of Tennessee, what's going to happen with Memphis. And 3-4 weeks we'll stand together and we'll say, look at this, the crime has almost disappeared, maybe completely disappeared. In Washington, they don't even know how to record it because it's down so much. They've never heard. I heard 87% is down. I said, really? Who are the 13%? Because it's more than that. It's actually more. Hard to believe, right? You're going to have the same results in Chicago. And we hope we have the governor's help, but if we don't, we're doing it without him.
And Mr. President, you had the framework that's been agreed to with TikTok, for example. Will China continue to have a stake in the company?
Well, we haven't decided that, but it looks to me, and I'm speaking to President Xi on Friday for confirmation of that, and, frankly, more importantly, a big deal. And we've had very good meetings. As you know, we were in Europe, our people, Scott Bessent and Jameson Greer, and others. And it was a very big meeting with China. And, they're treating us with respect. We treat them with respect, too. but it was very successful. And on top of it, we have what could be a very good deal. Don't forget, I've had more people say, could you try and keep TikTok alive? I use TikTok. I mean, I have to admit it. In the election, and look how I did with youth. No Republicans come close. I blew everyone away. You know, if you look back, not so long ago, Romney, he got like 7% of the youth. I got like 8 times that amount. I got tremendous numbers of youth. By the way, I want to say, Charlie helped me. And Charlie was the one, get on TikTok. He used to say to me, get on TikTok. Charlie was unbelievable. So probably, and I did. I had somebody named TikTok Jack. And he'd put that camera, he said, just a real quick statement, sir, like 10 seconds or less. They didn't like anything over 10 seconds, but it worked. But Charlie is the one that really, and my son Barron also. And I have to say, Don, Eric, the whole group, it's important. And it can maybe even bring us closer to China. We had a very good meeting with China. I was surprised. I didn't expect it to that extent. And I'm going to speak again with President Xi on Friday. And, you know, I think that'll confirm things up.
Question on Charlie Kirk and crime. On Charlie Kirk, do you plan to speak at the funeral, and what would your message be?
Well, I'm going on Sunday. We're taking a whole plane load, and they're having. I was invited on Saturday, but I said I'd rather save it for Sunday. You know, we're going to have a stadium, and I'll bet that stadium is going to be pretty packed, maybe completely packed. It's going to be big, but I'm going to be at the stadium, and I guess I'll say a few words. I don't know, but I guess I will. But I knew him very well. He was an amazing guy. He was all about young people, getting them started right, and he was like a magnet for young people. They just attracted to him. He loved them, and they attracted to him. His wife is a tremendous person, by the way. He always had great respect for his wife. He got married. I didn't know he was getting married. I heard he got married, and he loved her. He really loved her. She loved him. And I think she'll have something to do with keeping that whole thing going. You know, Turning Point it became a very big deal. And I heard they had like 38,000. So he wanted to get it up to 20,000 chapters. That's a lot. That would have been a lifetime's work. I heard that over the last 4 days, they have 38,000 people wanted 38,000 chapters at colleges, schools, other places. Numbers that, nobody's ever heard of numbers like that. So I think Turning Point could be, through what happened, this horrible act, it could be maybe bigger than it could have ever been had he been there. And I will say this, he'd be very happy if he saw what was going on. And there's some very good people, because I speak at Turning Point quite a bit. And Charlie would call me up. So the last time I spoke to him, he said, sir, I think it was Phoenix. Sir, could you get to Phoenix? This was like in a day. I said, Charlie, I'm the president of the United States. You called me asking me if I could speak tomorrow in Phoenix. You can't do that to me, Charlie. But usually I ended up going. He was great. He was a great guy, and he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this, believe me.
Ilhan Omar, after his assassination, called Charlie Kirk a reprehensible human being. Should she be stripped of her community assignments?
I would say, I think she's a disgraceful person. I think she's a disgraceful person, a loser. It's amazing the way people vote. I know it's people from her area, maybe of the world. I don't know. They got here and they vote her in. It's hard to believe, but I think she's a disgusting person.
And one more question, if I could. A lot of these, in recent of these trans shooters that we've seen over the last couple incidents, this flag right here is up and down 14th Street. This is what would be a trans flag. A lot of people are very threatened by this flag. It means a lot of different negative things to people, violence. Would you be opposed to taking this flag down, up and down the streets of D.C.?
Well, I wouldn't be. Then they'll sue and they'll get freedom of speech stuff, so that'll happen. But I would have no problem with it. I will say, and Steve might just mention this, Todd, you might mention it too, because we're putting out an order. Freedom of speech means you can burn the American flag, which I think is horrible. But I noticed something over the last little while. As you do this, you start noticing things that you wouldn't normally think. It really causes unrest and violence when they burn American flag. So the American flag, I wanted anybody burns the American flag, go to jail based on freedom of speech, goes to jail immediately. But the freedom of speech protected them, right? And so, that's been argued a couple of times, and it's one of those things. But you know what? Hasn't been argued, and we're going to be arguing it, I think, very soon. And that's the violence. They incite violence. So I saw it just yesterday. They burned the American flag, and people that were there were fine. And all of a sudden, they're going crazy, and there's fist fights. It wasn't in Memphis either. But I will say, it incites violence. And I think you just do the exact same thing. Don't use freedom of speech. Use the incitement of violence. I mean, it's really, you had to see, these people were going at it. Yeah. And, you could burn other things and people just sit there, they fall asleep. You burn the American flag, and on both sides. But the level of violence I saw this flag burning cause was incredible. It was an incitement. So I hope you guys are going to be able to do that, Pam, right?
Well, there's also groups called Trans-Tifa. So perhaps if you can label them a domestic terrorist group, then in all reality, you could take that flag down because it would represent the Trans-Tifa.
I think you probably could. Again, you'll be sued, and it's okay. I've been sued before a couple of times, you may have seen. Anyway.
Netanyahu said that he doesn't rule out targeting Hamas anywhere they are. You said that you don't want to see Qatar hit again. Are there any guarantees that Qatar...
Well, he won't be hitting in Qatar. As I say, I call it Qatar, you call it Qatar. You're actually more right, but actually you're allowed to go. The Emir said, you can say it any way you want, but I've always thought of it as Qatar. I think it's a beautiful sound. And actually, they've been a very good ally. And a lot of people don't know that. But he won't be hitting Qatar, but he will be maybe going after. Now, there was an article that I read in a newspaper just about an hour ago where Hamas said they're going to use the 20 hostages as human shields. They're going to bring them up from the dark tunnels, and they're going to put them in the line of fire so that if Israel goes forward, they're going to die. And I thought that was very terrible, and I put out a statement on that. You saw that.
Mr. President, I want Charlie Kirk, in retrospect, given all of the moving ways that this White House has paid tribute to Charlie Kirk,
right.
Do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to have staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well?
I'm not familiar. The
Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, who was assassinated this summer.
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, I would have done that. But the governor of Minnesota didn't ask me. I didn't. I wouldn't have thought of that, but I would have if somebody had asked me. People make requests for the lowering of flag, and oftentimes you have to say no because it would be a lot of lowering. The flag would never be up. Had the governor of Minnesota asked me to do that, I would have done that gladly.
And given the killing of Melissa Hortman, the attack on Paul Pelosi, the attack on Gabby Giffords, the attack on the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, why make the case that violence is only on one side? It seems to be taking place.
I didn't say it's on one side, but I say the radical left causes tremendous violence, and they seem to do it in a bigger way. But the radical left really is caused a lot of problems for this country. I really think they hate our country. Okay, yeah, please.
This may be related to the RICO work that you're doing, and I'd like to confirm.
And we are really looking at that seriously.
Vice President Vance was speaking with Stephen Miller earlier today about targeting NGOs, and they were saying foment violence.
Right.
Is that? Can you speak more to that? And what NGOs specifically are you looking to target, sir?
A number of them. Steve, please.
Yes, so I believe what you're referring to is there are these nonprofit entities that organize, as the president mentioned, attacks on ICE officers, attacks on Border Patrol agents, organize doxing campaigns, which are a violation of federal law. They break off cement and they bring into riots. They have organized drop points for weapons, organized drop points for gas masks, organized drop points for all the materials necessary to launch a riot. And of course, you saw that during the Black Lives Matter riots as well, too. So there's this whole network of organizations. And I think the key point the president's been making is somebody is paying for all of this. This is not happening for free. And so under the president's direction, the attorney general is going to find out who is paying for it, and they will now be criminally liable for paying for violence.
And you know, a new thing that I've been seeing a lot of lately, but never saw it before, is they're walking in with bricks and rocks and everything. And the FBI or the Border Patrol or ICE or the police are grabbing them and taking them away, and that's great. And then they whip out a hammer, and it's a beautiful hammer. Really, it's nice. You know, this is not a hammer somebody happens up. These are serious hammers, beautiful, brand new hammers, and they start breaking up the concrete sidewalks and the granite curbs in many cases. Granite is hard to cut, you know, it's very hard stone, and they're banging away and handing out pieces of stone. So instead of having it in bags, they're banging the sidewalk, knocking that. You have to see what some of these sidewalks look like when they finish, and especially the curbs, because the granite curbs are very, very expensive, and they're great, and you know, very hard. They are almost indestructible, but not when it gets pounded on for 20 minutes by some pretty strong guy. And then they hand out big chunks of stone so that people can throw them at the police and people can drop them off bridges into car windows. No, we have a long way to go, and we're going to make it all good. We're going to make it really safe. This country is going to be safe. We've got almost 3.5 years. Think of that, 3.5 years. It's a long time. It goes quickly, but at the end of that time, I hope one of the many things we can say is that we made our cities safe again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Rest it out, guys. Come on, team. Everyone. Thank you.
Well, I didn't know that was going to turn into a 4-hour show today, but that's where we went. President Trump was a little bit late, but he came on and did his thing. It wasn't the proclamation I don't think everybody was expecting, but instead it was the proclamation about moving things into Memphis. I love that the show ended this way. Why? The show ended this way because it is obvious that President Trump is letting the American people know we have a job to do. We've had our time to mourn and grieve and shed tears. Now we got to get back to work. We got to get things done. We got to fix America. And I'm sure there's a whole lot of stuff happening behind the scenes. I mean, it's incredible what's happening right now in terms of people being fired and all kinds. I'll go over that tonight. I got very little turnaround time here, so I have to basically shut this down, go take care of the dog, and run back here. So, got to get going. But before I get going, because I did not know this was going to be a 4-hour show. Didn't know it was going to be this way. But I love it. This is what I have chosen to do, and this is what I will do. So let's run with it. Let me tell you about the NFL. Tonight we've got 2 games on tap. I know some of you guys don't like the NFL, but some of you guys do. And me, being a former football player, that's what I do. We have Tampa Bay on with Houston. That's coming on at 7. And then we've got the Los Angeles Chargers against Las Vegas in the late game at 10 p.m. So we got 2 games tonight. So, hey, football fanatics, are you ready for some primetime action, which we're going to see today? If you're ready to watch some football tonight, I want you to please take a look at primetime NFL action. Tune in to Westwood One for all the gridiron glory you crave, from jaw-dropping touchdowns to game-changing plays. Fantastic what's going on. Don't miss a moment of the excitement. Catch every snap, every tackle, and every victory on Westwood One. You can listen to the NFL on the NFL app, on the Westwood One Sports app, and on WestwoodOneSports.com via Westwood One station streams, or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. If it's in the NFL, it's on Westwood One. Thank you for the NFL for that. I never knew I was going to have the NFL as a partner on our shows, but that's cool. All right, let's go ahead and do super chats, and you guys can go eat dinner, and I can go eat dinner and take the dog to the dog park, and then run back here for a nighttime show, which actually, because of what Trump did, it's already done. And by then, they will have the congressional vigil, which I will show you tonight. I will be able to bring that down, and I won't show it live because I won't be here, but I will be able to show that at 7 o'clock, 7:30. All right, let's say 7:30 because I'm not really sure what time I'm going to get back on here. All right, let's see. Am I at the top here? Yeah, I'm at the top. Macon Blankenship, thank you very much for that. And thank you for continuing to be a viewer. Cuban American Girl, Tyler Robinson was not the actual shooter. He was just one. Thank you for the contribution. Macon Blankenship again. In 2007, I was in prison listening to Glenn Beck radio. He saw what was coming. We were warned. Yep. Hey, Nicholas, Barry, I'm so disappointed in the Ravens. What a disgrace. I did complain. God bless Charlie and his family. Thank you first for all you do. Yeah, Baltimore decided they would not honor Charlie Kirk. And it was interesting that reporter was from, I believe, ABC News, and she picked up what was on X and talking about, you heard, Morning Joe, that's their new narrative. Well, he didn't make a big deal about them. Sit down and shut up. Nikki P, happened to me. My church didn't want to get political or give an excuse to hate as they claimed. Refused to say Charlie's name, wouldn't even offer prayer to his family. Found a new church that did speak Charlie's name. Wow. Anthony Stylanicus, independent voter here with common sense. I got bamboozled by Obama in 28, but my eyes were open in 26. Keep them open. I thank you. American Republican fighter Tommy Robinson in UK thanks Trump fans Musk and Charlie to help them stand strong for free speech and rules. And yeah, Tommy Robinson's gone through so much. Lois Foster, Christians can be soldiers. MAGA, make almighty grand always. Like that. Brenda Lett, thank you. Ladybug, Trump needs to revisit the Smith-Mundt Act of 1948. Indeed. Mary Boston, Democrats may not be crazy, however, none of them step out of line, ever. Arizona, well, John Fetterman did today. I will tell you that. John Fetterman did. Arizona guy, leftists hate the American way of life. They do not support having an actual mother and father. That's evil. American Republican fighter, Ron White said it best. I had the right to remain silent, but not the ability. Stupidity and morals is missing in their lives. You're completely right. James Hammond, put cameras with audio in classrooms and make the classroom camera available to parents. I think some places do that. All of them should. You're right. CNN, when I think of what is going to happen to the satanic kingdom after his demise, Nazareth, hair of the dog comes to the mind. Yeah, yes. Got some good songs for you tonight, too. Just another knucklehead. Prayer vigil at Lincoln Center last night was very moving. Carrie Lake comment keeps coming back to me. You are crazy if you send your kids to these indoctrination camps. Yes, that's what she said. I might be able to show that tonight. Tommy Radcliffe. Satan hates the word of God spoken out loud. Deanne Hobbs, Trump must create laws and the lies the media tells. He must, or nothing changes. This is 100% their fault. Complete propaganda. Cuban American girl, Erica Kirk is holding Charlie's security responsible. Haven't heard that. Interesting. Molly Wood, Governor Cox publicly stated his preferred pronouns. Yes, I did hear about that. They're not there now. If you look at his profile, he for some reason deleted it. Penny Quarter, J6 is all the left has of any kind of protest that turned violent. Yep, that's it. That's all they keep talking about. January 6th, January 6th, January 6th. Tracy Morgan, Charlie Kirk will live on in all of us. Yeah, hope so. Nicholas, never forget Maxine Waters and President Obama urging violence against admin officials and Trump supporters. Oh yeah, I remember. Fazil, now they want to play nice. Too late. Farah Benoit, 47 acting like we are at it. Yeah, conflict so his enemies can see him coming. Flynn always seems to cloak bad ideas with performative righteousness. I don't know about that. G. Fisher, found out Charlie was born at the same hospital as I was and grew up in the same town of Prospect Heights, Illinois. That makes me even more livid. Wow, that's very interesting. Christine, Charlie wasn't our last chance, he was their last chance. Good point. Gigi Quillian, thank you. Redeemed Patriot. More Bibles, spreading the word. Thank you very much. And Redeemed Patriot again. Teachers and their unions are still a major concern, big concern. Ernest Walker, we need to walk in Charlie's footsteps and continue the rising of Christian America. I completely agree with you there. All right, so let me turn on the after party, and I'm going to go run and take this dog to the park and get him fed. And looking like I might be able to do 7:30 is more likely, but we shall see very, very soon. All right, talk to you guys in a little bit.